All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction, it's your addiction. That model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction, it brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster. And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Model Affliction Monday, but with 2023, I hope everybody had a good Christmas and we're into the new year now. I'm guessing this is the start of the new year, and along with the start of the new year, where I guess it's about time we try to explain what exactly we are doing here, because there may be a bit of confusion. People have obviously misdirected people about all sorts of different things. What we are here and what we always have been is a group of people don't actually fit into this narrative that everybody's dealing with within this particular little region of the internet. Right, there's we fell into a place where we found that there are people who are absolutely obsessed about the shape of the earth. But these people that are absolutely obsessed with this don't want to consider anything to do with shape, any geometry. They don't want to deal with any logical processes to derive why they're doing what they're doing and the conclusions that they're coming to. They don't want to look at them to see, you know, if there's anything that they could possibly derive from it. And so we're left being separated from everyone else. Now, I know a lot of people that listen to us and a lot of people that do all of that think there's some sort of a battle between sides raging on. Well, there may be, but we're not in either one of those sides. Never have been and never will be. I don't know if everybody's listened to what's all of the conversations that we've had. And listened with a critical eye or listened with an afflicted mind into what they've deemed they've been listening to. Well, it seems like the simpler we've made everything for people to understand, like for ourselves to understand too. I mean, people have been telling us we don't understand. So we go back to the basics and we go further back to make sure we do understand. And there are lessons that have been learned from the understanding coming from Euclid. That you shouldn't take a next step until you fully understand the part that comes before it. You need to absolutely understand all of these things, and you need to have a good foundation. Now, a lot of us here have come from a practical background where we've actually had to deal with the construction of things, physical things. Jeff, I'm not too sure. Nobody actually has learned geometry the way, the things that we've found within our going back to understand the simplicity within geometry. There comes a complexity. As you're talking more and more about the simplicity of things, people seem to shut off because I think it sounds too complicated. You know, it sounds like you're speaking a different language, and the similar sort of thing goes to whenever you're dealing with logic. We've found a lot of words that have been taken out of the vocabulary, and a lot of words that have been taken out of context. They've been shifted within the meaning of the words. The words are the thing that's most important here. The identity of the subject that you're talking about. And then you get a clear understanding from there on. It seems to me like people want to be able to confuse people. Gadgets, right? I've learned more in here, geometry, than I ever learned at school. Because the simplicity that we go into has taught way more. And I think I've been able to teach people more also since learning the techniques that we've had and developed here within this, within the advanced simplicity. Anyone can be anything that they want to be. Nobody's forcing anybody into anything. We're just saying the conversation should continue no matter whatever opinions you have of anything. Anyone can do whatever they want. Nobody's forcing anybody to do anything. Nobody's dictating anything. Nobody's bullying anybody into saying anything. And that goes for the Flat Earth debate. Superheroes, particularly Brian, seems to think people are bullying people about things. Well, that's the last thing that we ever want to do. We want to have the communication with people, so that there's no need for anybody to bully anybody about anything. This is the year of logic. This is the year where we try and show everyone how simple this has been. And the people that have been here before, I consider, they haven't attempted to simplify things for everybody. They've tried to make everything exclusive to little clubs. And whether you don't fit in or whether you learn whatever they're saying, we're doing. The idea with this, what we do here with Advanced Simplicity, is to help everybody to come along on the same journey. So rather than us speeding off to go wherever we want to go to sound like we're really intellectual or whatever, we've stayed right at the basics, right at the start, trying to get people to build up on from themselves from the start. We're still holding on, trying to establish it within people's minds, right? I'm sorted. I've got my proofs. We're trying to help other people understand that they can have proofs. Of that beginning, the start, the base, the horizontal. I mean, what is it to people? What is the idea, the concept of that building block that you start off from? Horizontal. That's all we've ever been doing. Now, in our journeys within this Discord server and the people within the Discord server, we've gone to many other places and solidified what we know. That's how come we can sit here and have these conversations, being absolutely certain of what we actually know. Just about everybody within the server is of a clear understanding that we don't give a shit about the shape of the earth. What we do care about is our own understanding of where we are and what we're doing here. There's no, Bill, there's no respect to the shape of the earth here at all. We literally do not give a shit. It's the people that are around us that are obsessed with the shape of the earth. I've never bothered about the shape of the earth. Never been interested in the shape of the earth. All we do is talk about reality and what we can prove within reality. Because I don't watch films. I don't watch TV. I don't watch the news. I'm not, we're not shape obsessed. But what we have done is we've found through geometry and logic, we've found the simplicity of being in the oneness of the time that you're there and the communication that you can have with people and how you can grow through that communication. So don't let anybody bully you into anything, and just be certain that you understand what a shape is. You understand what a circle is. You understand what a square is. You understand what a triangle is. This year, we will be helping well, helping each other as well, to find better ways to display or to show the advanced simplicity in everything, making things as simple as possible. People may think, well, you know, that's easy. You know, why bother doing that? Well, the truth is you need to have a firm base of understanding. And I'm not too sure how firm a base of understanding people have. It serves, Bill, it serves no purpose if you're obsessed with the shape of the earth. The only thing that can happen here is you will get upset. Just drop the model and come and talk about reality. If you have a model here, it will hurt. It will either hurt your model or it will hurt you, one or the other. There's going to be a point coming up pretty soon, I think. Perhaps we've already hit the turning spot where we make things so simple that to deny them will cause mental pain. It'll cause insanity. It'll cause a madness that just builds up on itself. And you'll end up blaming us here. And I don't want anybody here to get blamed for somebody who's obsessed about a model. And who's obsessed about us, thinking that we're obsessed about the model like they are, but we're not. What we're going to delve into is the fact that other people assume that everybody is the same as they are. So if everybody else is obsessed with the shape of the earth within the arena that you're in, you think that everybody else in the arena that you're in is obsessed with the shape of the earth. And the fact that everybody's been coming to talk to us about level and horizontal and the geometric things that we understand, and they've had to deny that. They think that we are talking about the shape of the earth. Well, we're not. We are talking about the fundamentals of shape. It's a different thing. Although it all occurs within the mind. So, I mean, who knows? The concepts of what you deal with within geometry and how you relate those concepts to reality. That's what we're dealing with here, really. The fundamentals of logic and how you apply those fundamentals to reality. Is there a difference? Should there be a difference? And what happens when you can't reconcile? If you have found a difference where there should be a difference, and how do you relate that? How do you reconcile the two? That causes mental pain. And we don't want to do that. I don't want to cause people any undue stress. So like I say, if you've got a model, then fair enough. Don't come here and get upset at us because we're talking about the fundamentals of shape. If you have to deny those fundamentals of the straight line, well, you're going to get upset because that's where we have to start. Always. You start at the beginning, and if you've got a fundamental break at that very beginning part, then I'm sorry, I don't think I can help. What reality are you applying them to? Bill, I think you might be struggling. What reality?
There is only one reality.
Yeah, we're the reality that we're in. There are people who have this problem. And there's not much that we can do about it. at least the people. But as I see it, you can easily spot people who have this break of understanding. Yeah, Bill, there is only one reality. We're all in it, and straight lines definitely exist within reality. Even the concept of straight lines relates exactly to a straight line. Now, I know because there's a lot of people within this Discord group that get into conversations with people. And the people that they're getting into conversations with, they get into conversations of fundamentals of logic and how we deal with it. That's where we're going to be going also. Advanced simplicity. We've got some new people in. Thank you for joining. If you've come for any of the drama that's been going on, we're trying to drop the drama. There's no need for the drama. I know there's a lot of people that have started drama and then not give anybody any answers. Hopefully try and show people through those things. To come tomorrow, I'll start with the blue marble logic night and the ridiculousness of the reciprocal zenith angles and whatever they think the idea of that is. But that's a pretty easy concept to get over to people. And we went on our trip to Gem Pandas on New Year's Eve it was, and it went exactly as planned. If anybody watched it, I don't know whether Gem's going to clip a bit out, whether he thinks it's special or anything, but yeah, we had a good time. Emma got to tell them, well, Brian's Logic's made a few videos. Pretty interesting videos. In fact, I think with the videos that Brian Logic's put out, I think he's got a chance. Yeah, he's got a chance to help the Flat Earth Society and the circular arguments. I think that's what his last video was to do. Yes, Bill. Bill says curved and straight lines exist in reality. Yes, they do. They obviously do. Yes. Both curved and straight. Now, in reality, Bill, like you've said, curved and straight lines do exist, but there are a group of people that think curved lines are straight. They think they're the same thing, but they can't exist separately if they are the same thing. And that's what we're going to be dealing with mainly, is the mental concept of the people that are going to deny that curved and straight lines exist as separate entities. They don't get fused together into the same thing, because mathematically that would be ridiculous. Oh, Bill's a model afflicted. Come on in, Bill. Come and have a chat. Bill says, Bev went on to FED and argued about angles. No. Bev went on to FED and told Nathan quite simply, you can do fuck all with an angle. Nathan was the one that got all shouty and stuff and had no argument against it. He couldn't put up a rebuttal to the statement. The true statement, the true mathematical statement that you can do fuck all with an angle. You can misrepresent the words. You can misrepresent the statement. You can misrepresent people's intentions. You can misrepresent who you think it was directed at. You can misrepresent a personal attack from a statement that was said over 2 years ago to somebody else. You can do all of that, but you cannot come up with a rebuttal like Nathan Oakley showed. No one has come up with a rebuttal for it yet. Talking about an angle, supposedly, was something. Measuring the angle was another thing. They're all ridiculous claims. There's never a rebuttal come. Just that you can. Hey, that's the way we are. That's 2023. That's the place we're going to be within this argumentation. It's a choice we're going to have to make. Do you keep talking to people that have just made YouTube accounts and can only come in and talk through a chat? Or do we go forwards at trying to explain this stuff? Well, all of these years that we've been within this arena, we've been taught by the people within the arena that they don't want us within the arena. And we've been saying, but we're not within the arena. We're not the ones that are obsessed with shape and the shape of the earth. We're the ones that come up with proofs for ridiculous statements that are said to us. All of the hatred, the misologists, people that can't understand logic, the people that have been sat on the bridge of fools that can't seem to pass over it. They sit underneath the bridge, trying to get people to just stop. And we've been talking to them. We've been trying to communicate with them. But as it showed when we went to Gem Pandas, it was a nightmare to try and communicate. Now, I didn't bother recording it, apart from a little short bit at the end about triangles, which I guess we can go over some point, maybe on Thursday, for Euclid night. I'll save that back for then, because it does get pretty interesting with the ideas of what these people are talking about. Is that Brenda? Is that Bill? Who go into FED and DFEAM, Bev? Who go into FED and debate flat earth and more, Bev? Who go into? Yeah, we did. We went over there to go and see what all of the hassle's about. We went over there to see what Nathan Oakley was going mental about. And we found out it was about an angle. A statement that I said to Ruhif 2 years earlier, at least 2 years earlier. And then we went over to Gem Pandas at the weekend to go and ask them whether they'd gathered any proof in the year after they said that they had no proof. And it turns out, no, they haven't. They've spent a year not gaining any proofs. I also think Nathan Oakley, Brian's Logic, I think all of those, QE, don't think they've got any proofs for themselves either. The sign of somebody who has no proof is somebody who seems a little bit insecure. They can't talk about their arguments. They can't defend any arguments because they've realised they have no arguments. They can't form a logical syllogism, put it together, in order to have any way to acquire a proof at the end of it. They've literally got nothing. So the conversations we've been having, Bill, to go over to places like that is to let them know they can't talk about anything. They can't talk about their proofs because they have none. And if they have no proofs, they can't form an argument. They don't know how to form a counter argument to end up with a discussion about something for any progression to be made. So, where were we going? I haven't got a clue what we're doing. This model affliction Monday. Anybody got any problems? I think a few of these model afflictions have definitely shown themselves over the last few days. We had a discussion over at Gems and their understanding of a straight line. Why didn't you take your arguments to a politics server? It's not politics. It's just plainly geometry, Bill. In fact, we did. We took our arguments over to a debating server. And who was it? Somebody followed us over there and turned it into a shape thing. But they said they couldn't rebut anything we said. It's not for arguments. There's only a certain group of people that get upset. There's a group of people that get upset about talking about very simple stuff. People that want us to go to a politics server. For what? What would be the rebuttal to what we say in a politics server? Bill, what would be the argument that you would want us to go and present to a politics server, Bill? Which argument? Yeah, I'm not interested in the shape of the earth. I'm interested in exposing the people that are obsessed with the shape of the earth, Bill. The people that can't talk about a straight line without talking about a circle, or without talking about a sphere, or without trying to relate it to the shape of the earth. It's just a straight line. But I think there's a group of people that know where that straight line ends up. As this year progresses, I'll try and take everybody on the journey that I was forced into by a group of people. Now, most of this that we go through has to be experienced by people individually. The only way you get chance to experience this is to have conversations. And within those conversations then becomes the conflict of juxtaposition, where there's people with an opposing position, where it becomes you have to make a choice between these two things. There becomes shown a contradiction, and there are loads of them that you will find. But the question is, what happens when you find that contradiction? And that's why we're here. because people had shown me a contradiction that I wanted to try and sort out. That's why people come here, because the contradictions that exist need some sort of reconciling. They need to be worked through. Whenever anybody finds a contradiction, you need to be able to try and work it through, not just on your own. You know, sometimes these contradictions, when you're forced to meet these contradictions, perhaps you're meeting a group of people that they seem so convinced in what they're saying that it seems like it could only be true to them, what they're trying to sell you, trying to tell you, trying to anything. And maybe you're the only one. Maybe you're on your own. And there's a group of people that are telling you that you're wrong. You don't understand it. But maybe they're not actually telling you why you're not understanding it. Maybe they're not trying to help you understand it. Maybe they're just trying what I call gaslighting. There's a group of people, I call them misologists, that know where this goes. Like Bill in the chat. That's the journey, Bill. Bill's asking, Bev, where does the straight line take you? Well, the straight line gives you absolute assurance that you know the difference between a straight and a curve, Bill. There's a difference. Now, how do you understand that difference? That's another thing. That's up to the individual, how you're going to understand the difference between these two things. And it's going to be so simple. It does. All of this comes down to the mathematical understanding of a straight line. Sounds ridiculous, but it is the truth. The mathematical understanding breaks you back. It's BJ, isn't it? Yeah. You know who those people are. Those people always get triggered about straight lines. They can't understand. They want everybody else to look away from this simplicity. They've been all working together for a long time. Misologists. Nobody wants you to look at logic. Logic isn't needed within this arena. If you try and employ any logic, you will be pushed out. You will be separated. It normally comes in the form of questions, but those questions are what we call the elenchus. Call it the Socratic method. It's questioning people upon their claims. And the thing that we've done is we've made claims. And it seems like people can't question us on those claims because they come with proofs. And nobody wants us to talk about proofs. Nobody wants us to talk about what we have as our foundation and how we build up to find our proofs. Nobody wants to talk about that. They don't want to talk about their proofs either. They don't want us questioning them about their stuff. And they're too scared to question us. As been shown and will be shown by all of this stuff. Now, don't think that we've been keeping away from everybody. We haven't. We've been open within the things that we know. We've been open with the tests that we've done. We've been trying to show people. And like we've always said, this is a small group. For some reason, the people within this arena don't seem to want to get involved with this. Mainly because I think people push you out. And if you want to be involved in this earth-shaped thing, which I don't, I'm not interested in it. But all the people that are in this thing seem interested in me. They seem interested in requiring some sort of answers from anyone that's around here, but they don't ever accept any of the answers that they've given, that we give them. Yeah, that's right, Bill. I'm interested in logic and trying to discover why people are so obsessed with the shape of the earth. Why do people come to me when I'm talking about level, horizontal, and the mathematical proofs we have for it? Why are people so upset about those proofs? And the people that are so upset about it they're the people that are obsessed with the shape of the earth. They don't like to come and see that there are proofs, because there being proofs within reality sort of gets rid of this circular argument that people have been going on about. Model Afflicted. Yeah, it's Model Afflicted Monday. Model Affliction Monday. So, like, I'm still up for conversations with Nathan. Still up for conversations with QE. I'm still up for conversations with Gem Panda and Druss and any of the globe experts that they have over there. The part of, well, let's call them the Flat Earth community. All of them together. People like Flat Earth Data. People like Flat Earth Pilot. People like Flat Earth Math. All of these people. Brian's Logic. Nathan Oakley. Quantum Eraser. 10th Man. All of these people, let's have these conversations that need to be had. We'll give you whatever you want. Logical arguments. Yeah, we can do that. Let's have a topic if you want to have topics about conversations. Topical pieces. Bill, I'm not here to educate anybody on anything. People are here because they're listening to me waffle. We're going to be going over basic logic. You're still here, Bill. Why are you still here? Do you want educating on lines? I'm not too sure everybody else wants that sort of education, Bill. It's the linking of logic and the process that goes on within the mind of people within this. Come on in, Bill. Click the link. Let's have a conversation. See whether you can. Then we can have an understanding of where you're at. What it is you're trying to find out about us. I'm guessing it's Brenda. And Brenda can't come in. Because Brenda's banned. Brenda was actually in the Gem Pandas server. I keep calling it Gen Panda's server, although it is called Debate Flat Earth and More. But one, there's no debate ever over there because they don't know what it is. They've got no arguments. So how can they debate anything? And the more part, it really is just horrible people getting really upset about you going over there to talk to them about their proofs, which they don't have. But then again, I don't think anybody does have proof. I was lucky enough to meet spot on when we started all of this. And we both decided, however ridiculous it was, to find out whether we could prove to ourselves a known fact, a well-established fact, that level is horizontal. We both knew it. But what we didn't know was how to prove it. But we obviously knew that it could be proved. And over the years, talking to people about how they imagine it has to be, well, then you can see clearly where the contradictions are. So you can see which of the contradictions you can expose logically to show exactly how this works. It's a big, massive mind trick. People know they've been fooled. Deep down, they know they've been fooled, but they're okay with it. Most people are like that. There seems to be a few different things that causes people to be in this arena. Normally, it's a troubled mind. But there seems to be a safe haven for some of the, I think, some of the horriblest people you'll ever meet. That's what we want to try and let everybody know. And that's why you will find out very quickly of which side of this thing you are on. Because you're either trying to find stuff out for yourself, or you're stopping people from trying to find stuff out for themselves. It's one or the other. And I'd say the only way that you can find stuff out for yourself is through discussions. But unfortunately, through those discussions, you have to find out that there are people out there that don't want you to find anything out for yourself. They just want to confuse. They want, I think it's because they're confused. And they want people to be confused with them. That's not a good thing. Confusing other people because of your own confusion isn't good. And it shows, really, the lack of communication. There's a guy called Brian's Logic. Now, not too sure what he's going with that name for, that particular name, because everything that he's doing at the minute has zero logical sense incorporated within it. And I would really like to have a conversation, but I'm not too sure that Brian's Logic can use any logical understanding to have the communication with. I think Brian's Logic will expose himself as having little to none logic in his formulation of his ideas. The particular bit at the minute is crazy. And what I've seen so far is Brian's logic joining forces with a guy who goes by the name of Professor Phil. He's not a professor. Definitely not a professor. Pretend a faux professor. And we've had a conversation. We did a proof for proof series to expose Phil. And Phil found out what we were doing the moment I tried to get him to come up with a proof that wasn't Euclidean. A proof of his model. Because he didn't have any. Might be worth going back over a couple of those videos. Because Phil was coming up with some Euclidean proofs. Because we are definitely going to be going over some logical proofs tomorrow. With the help of Blue Marble Science and his reciprocal zenith angles. Get on the whiteboard, I think. Shouldn't be too hard to try and explain this thing. And again, has anybody ever heard yet anything about any of the model afflicted people about what they can do with an angle? Has anyone put anything forward yet? Or has everybody just tried to swap to syllogisms and logic? Nobody's come up with a logical proof of what you can do with an angle. I don't think so. Just people trying to misrepresent modus tollens and stuff. What we can do as well, because we're going to show people this year logic and how logic can be used. Now, logic isn't biased. Doesn't have a side of an argument to portray. There is only one logic, and there is the formulation of logic that can be discussed. We call that an argument. Now, an argument is the formulation, the placing together of sentences, words, that can be discussed about how these words have been formulated and what the identity of each of the words are. That's the discussion within the argumentation. The forming of the logical syllogisms or modus tollens, modus ponens, whatever formulation you would like to try and put together within logic. Then what we'll do is we'll be going over sorry, I've lost my train of thought now. Putting together the formulation of logic and then discussing it. Hopefully people will be interested within the discussion there. People will be interested in a discussion about this logic, and it won't just be me waffling on. But I mean, you never know. It might be me. Yeah, it might be me just waffling on about stuff. And if it does seem that way, and people are still listening, then it's obviously people are interested in what I'm saying. Now, there will be a lot of people that want to say things back to me. And like I say, you can come into these rooms. We are going to be here all the time. We do these live shows, 8 p.m. weekdays. Who's that? Is that somebody?
John.
Yo, John.
Do you think would it be necessary to go back to look at an infant when they first come into the world and start looking at the information they're presented to figure out where the logic is destroyed? Would we have to go and look at it that way?
Yeah, you go back to as early as possible.
Yeah, and see how they're fed the information which destroys their ability to critically think. And it's got to be the education system because they're just fed stuff to remember. They're not taught to think. That's got to be where it happens, I'm guessing.
Well, I mean, we have been discussing this over these past few weeks, right? We've been dealing with Santa and that. Now, people obviously get upset about that whenever you start mentioning anything about this sort of thing. But it's in my mind that there is an age of 0 to 7, maybe 8, 6, depends. But there's a definite switch within the mind up until from 0 to about 6, 7. You take everything that you get told as a truth. That you literally do. And then at a certain point, the brain swaps, and the brain then decides whether things can go in the truth box or the false box. But up until then, it's all just a truth.
You're right.
So the moment you swap into that truth or false, everything beforehand gets locked in. It's all in there, in the truth box. And you've not done anything about it. And most of the time now, when you consider it, people have been putting their children in the hands of nursery teachers and schools and all of that. They've not had the idea of what's been going into the children's minds up until that age. That's mainly done within the school system. They start early within schools.
That's true. And they keep the parents so busy that the parents just drop the kids off at school and forget about what's even taking place for those 6 to 8 hours they're there.
Yeah.
And then they don't question the children at night on, what did the teacher teach? I'm not saying all parents are this way, but, the ones that are super busy and stuff, paying very little attention to what's being put into those child's heads.
But if you've been taught a contradiction at that early age, then if that contradiction gets locked in, what are you meant to do with that? How do you carry on into the rest of your life, right?
He's saying if the contradiction is just put there, or you recognize the contradiction.
You can't recognize it. If everything gets told to you, it goes into the truth box. If somebody tells you that both sides of the contradiction are true, then how do you deal with that through the rest of your days?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And if it gets cemented in, right? If there's a group of people that have, let's say, also had the same experience, and they just convince each other that the truth statements and the contradictions don't exist. If that's what you deal with, then, I mean, how do you get past it? I think it's scary when you come to think of it, because most people haven't thought about it. You don't think about it. You're an adult. Like, you don't realize the baggage that you've been carrying with you from those early days. And those early days could be all sorts of trauma. Who knows? I mean, can you remember half of the things that you got taught? I know my son, my youngest son, he can't remember things. Or that everybody else have vivid imagination or vivid memories of. He has no recollection of it whatsoever. Don't know whether that's the state of mind. I haven't got a clue. I don't know. I can't tell how anybody else's mind works. All I can say is I know for certain that I seem to be different. But I would imagine, because I seem to be different, I think everybody else assumes they're different too. Like, nobody else imagines that everybody else is the same as they are. But what about if you think you're an individual? Do you think everybody else is an individual? Or would you like to try and put everybody else in some sort of a box? And that would be wrong to do if you're an individual. I think these are the sort of questions that we should have been, we have been talking about in the Discord. But I mean, coming up, I'm not bothered. I'm like I'd say to everybody here, I'm aware that I can talk about things and people get upset about what I'm talking about. I can't stop not talking about it. People can talk about it or not talk about it, or even go quiet whenever I do talk about these things. I'm going to be talking about them because I think it's got to ridiculous levels now. The people within this arena, frantic bunny ears, have gone too far. They're trying to confuse people, and that to me isn't okay. We want to unconfuse people, because I think modern day life has confused the shit out of people. The only way we can unconfuse is to talk about these things and be open and honest about things that we think ourselves. Bill talking about that. Everybody knows that level is horizontal, Bill. That's the point. The only people that have a problem with it are the model afflicted people. Everybody else, no problem with it whatsoever. The moment you bring in the shape conversation, the shape of the earth conversation, it confuses the shit out of everybody. It's just dead simple until you confuse the shit out of people by adding in a contradiction that they've had placed in their minds as a child. It's terrible. This thing has been taught to children, right? Now, what else do you get taught after that age about whatever it is that you're talking about? Seeing as Bill's the one that's obsessed about the earth, the shape of the earth. You don't get taught anything about the shape of the earth until you're an adult and you ask somebody about, well, how do we know what about anything about the shape of the earth? And then a load of adults get ultra triggered. They get really upset and they say, why are you talking about the shape of the earth? And you've got a proof that it isn't this. And it's like, no, we're not talking about, we aren't talking about the shape of the earth. It's you guys that are obsessed with the shape of the earth, that try and inject it into conversations about level being horizontal. The proof that level is horizontal has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, apart from these freaks that get all upset saying that it has got something to do with the shape of the earth. Crazy.
It all starts within the first few years of your education system, that when that whatever teacher it is points to that globe and says, "This is where you live." That's where it starts.
Yeah. Where are you on here?
Yeah, not that you're living on the globe, but they point to, somewhere on a map on that globe. But the globe is there, and that's in the background, and it's sinking into those kids' heads.
Yes. Bill, again, we've done shows on level being horizontal because people are obsessed. And the more we talk about it, the more obsessed people like you come out of the woodwork, Bill, to show everybody how obsessed people get when you start mentioning level is horizontal. Now, it's a fact of life. Everybody knows it. We have proof for that very thing. We've got many proofs. We've got many conversations that can be struck up about it. But it only ever means anything to anybody when somebody starts talking about the shape of the earth. Because then the conflict, this contradiction, starts to reveal itself. And some people get obsessed with that contradiction. They get obsessed by wanting everybody to not see the contradiction. Just ignore it, is the cry. It's like, why are you always talking about this? You're talking about the globe now. Yeah. You're going mad about it, Bill. If you want to come in and have a discussion about your model, come on in. I'm not into this. Yeah, we're going to have a quick conversation about the gravimeter. Maybe a discussion about the gravimeter and where the intended target was. What was Brian's logic actually thinking when he decided to compare a water level with a plumb bob? Fascinating discussion, which I'm saying tomorrow will be coming around. Brian's logic might have actually helped us within this thing. Yeah, Bill the Diletheist. Come on in. Let everybody know about the contradictions that you hold and why you're so obsessed about other people talking about obvious proofs within reality. I mean, I know, because there's a group of people, we call them farmers' boys, who say that anytime you say that level is horizontal, they call you a liar. Now, these farmers' boys could only imagine that you're lying because they think that level isn't horizontal. But there's only one reason you would ever think that level isn't horizontal, and that's because of an obsession with the model that states it can't be. The science of the not that. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody within this arena has been placating a group of people that want to imagine the not that. Within daily life, they want the not that to exist. And it exists within some sort of a form of non-argumentation, where you end up demeaning people that think differently, that ask questions that you can't answer to. So yeah, that's where we've been. This weekend we did go over to Gem Pandas. Spent about 3.5 hours over there, and it was some fascinating talk. Again, they had problems. They couldn't answer for a straight line. Some of them were saying straight lines are circles. Sorry, great circles. They called them great, in the hope that you didn't notice that. They were talking about a circle being a straight line. Some fantastic stuff. But nobody needs to listen to it because it's just a load of gaslighters and people who want to confuse you about a straight line. Now, there's not many people that would attempt to confuse other people about what they imagine as a straight line being. And if you want to try and understand what it's like, then I go over there to it's called Debate Flat Earth and More. Go and ask them about how level isn't horizontal. Go and tell them, ask them about their proofs to show you level isn't horizontal. Because I mean, obviously, I don't know whether most people listening, whether you actually have a proof within reality. I mean, it's easy to say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, but do you have a proof for that? Does anybody have a proof for it? Is it a truth statement to be able to say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular? I mean, two straight lines can be perpendicular. That is a geometric statement. And vertical and horizontal are deemed to be straight lines, but can they actually be perpendicular? Is it allowed that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular? Just giving you a warm-up for tomorrow. And the zenith angles of the globe. So that's where we're going to go. And that will hopefully show why these misologists have a problem with a straight line. Because of the straight line and the geometry. But Brian's logic, has anybody got that Brian's logic thing? We can go over it. It's only 40 odd seconds, isn't it? It's a quick one. Let me have a look, see if I can find it. There we go. Right. Right, here we go. Brian's logic. Let me get this sorted. I'll get it for you lot here in Discord first. And we are going to be doing for this year to come up. We're going to be going gaming a bit. Well, there you go. Okay, so this video is from Brian's logic. There's absolutely zero logic for the understanding of why Brian's done this in the first place. But we can have a discussion about it, hopefully. Hopefully people want to talk about this. There's a lot of comments down there, but we can get to those in a bit. Okay, so are you ready to listen to this? Everybody let us know if it's working. You can hear it in Discord.
water levels are gravimeters. What I mean by that is, if you state that because you own a water level, that means that level is horizontal, that's the same thing as someone else stating that because they own a gravimeter, that gravity exists. They're both begging the question fallacies. So you can't state that water levels prove that level is horizontal, because all you have is a local level to go off, and mathematically that's not enough, because an opposing force can claim spherical mass based on a 3959 radius and gain a draw in an argument with you. So water levels are no different than gravimeters when you look at them in that way.
What do you think about that? Coming at it from a model afflicted point of view. You can go over it again if you want. What's everyone think about it? Has everybody heard that before?
Me first time.
Okay, what do you think? You see, look at this title. He's titled it Brian's Logic. Water levels are gravimeters, which they're not. I'm just stating the title there in case anybody wants to clip that. Yeah, I'm not saying that they are. I'm saying that's Brian's Logic's title for that particular clip. I think it's ridiculous and misleading for a lot of people. It's opening up some of the stuff we'll see in a bit.
He's opening some dead end for me.
Yeah.
Some fallacious argument about nothing.
Yeah. It's a non sequitur, right?
Yes.
If somebody claims this, something that nobody's claimed yet, at least not us, that's a really shit argument that water levels prove that level is horizontal. That's shit. That's not an argument, and it's not a full syllogism. You have to do a little bit more work than that, right? But to say that somebody that says that has as much right to say it as the fact that gravimeters prove something else, right? That's a non sequitur. These two things aren't linked, except for in Brian's mind, for where he can think that one of them cancels the other one out in some ridiculous form of argument off, where when one non-argument cancels another non-argument, you have to go away with a draw, according to Brian's logic. That's not logic. And I'm disgusted, really. But I may be the only one. It may be a valid form of argumentation within this arena. Just to get...
I am just curious, not what he is doing, because it is nonsense, but why he is doing that. He has to have some purpose, I think. Or maybe someone else. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to me like accident.
I say a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Are you saying that gravimeters also establish horizontal planes of reference? Please confirm that is what you think. Because that's the title. That's what people are going to see.
Gravimeters does not establish anything because they are meters. It means that they are measuring gravity or what?
Mm-hmm.
So they are not to establish they are not to establish gravity, and they are not to establish horizontal. So they don't establish anything. They are for measuring something.
Right, now this is Brian's reply to my question. Whether they're the same thing, because that's what he stated in the title of this video. He's put no, and you know I don't, even though, I'll go back up here and have a look at this. The title of the video is water levels are gravimeters. Apparently he doesn't think that, although he's put that as the title of his video, right? He says, you know why I make the comparison, because they are both begging the question fallacies that he's made up. Brian's made up two begging the question fallacies that he's imagined, and now he's pitting them off against each other as some sort of an argument that he thinks he can get a win from, or I don't know. I don't know what the point that Brian's trying to make is. That was what I was trying to say. So he says, so if you claim 1,000 times that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, something you said didn't exist. I've never said that a horizontal plane of reference doesn't exist. Why would I say that? That's fucking ridiculous, Brian. Then you are begging the question, as you must only pre-assume that it's making an exact horizontal. I don't know who's pre-assuming that. It's a stupid, ridiculous statement. I've got a proof. Maybe that's the part that Brian's missing. He says, but a baller can pre-assume the opposite mathematically. What? What does that even mean? A baller can pre-assume the opposite mathematically.
I would agree with that without this last word. Not mathematically.
Well, like, it just shows you it's Brian's logic. Like, absolutely zero logic. Yes, he's correct. Other people can claim the opposite mathematically. 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 is 8. What's the opposite of the correct answer? An incorrect answer, right? So other people can claim whatever they want. But the beauty of mathematics is there are definite proofs. You can't get around it. And you can claim ridiculous shit, like somebody claiming a straight line is a circle. You can claim it. You can claim it for years. You can skirt round the issues of it. You can even get people that can claim you can do something with an angle. Now, they can claim that as much as they want. They will never show any proof mathematically because there is none. Mathematics proves things, Brian, and anybody else listening. There are proofs within mathematics. And somebody who claims the opposite mathematically, well, can be proved to either be correct or false. That's the way mathematics works. So Brian says again, as you must only pre-assume that it is making an exact horizontal, but a baller can pre-assume the opposite mathematically, and you can't prove them wrong. Yes, Brian,
Yes,
we
you
can.
can.
Yes. Yes, Brian's logic. We
Not only
can.
you can, you did.
Yeah.
It is already done. So it is proven that statement opposite to statement that level is horizontal is just false at the start. So this argument is dead at arrival. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Because Brian says, because there is no way for you to prove that there is not only an apparent horizontal being made if all you have got to support this claim is just a water level. This is where Brian's getting mixed up. He's took half a fucking statement and missed the proof that's obviously there for himself to gain as well. And now he's pre-assuming that some ridiculous non-argument can compete mathematically with a mathematical proof. Nobody's bothered to come and ask us about the proof that level is horizontal. It's like they're scared of it. Maybe they don't think there are any proofs in reality. Maybe they've had people, adults, gaslight them and tell them that there are no proofs in reality. Nothing can be proved. It's fucking disgusting, this is. That somebody has called himself Brian's Logic and literally has zero logic involved in any of this. How can you say this, Brian? They said if all you have got to support this claim is just a water level, just like somebody saying that gravity exists and supports this by pointing towards a gravimeter, you both must beg the question. No, Brian. We have actual proof. And the proof isn't just us pointing to a water level. There's loads to go together to formulate the proof, Brian. You're missing vast swathes of stuff. Now, whether that's because your brain can't go there, whether you think you've imagined some sort of logical formulation where you can just derive a non-argument, not logically, and assume that is good enough argument for you to invalidate a logical proof that you're not willing to look at. I don't know. All you and a baller are doing with a water level is pre-assuming your outcomes. You need more than just a water level to prove that level is horizontal, as anything else is just confirmation bias. Yes, Brian. Nobody has ever said that a water level proves that level is horizontal. Now, maybe you've been listening to people who've told you that's what we've said, but that isn't what we have said. Please don't misrepresent what we say and then come up with a non-argument, right? In order to validate it. And then I say the proof of a straight line lying in the plane is the realizing Euclid test. Your misunderstanding of the proofs within Euclidean geometry is not my problem. Your spreading blue marble science paralogisms is something that I can point out. Anytime you want, you can come to chat. No animosity needed. We're all about learning here On the Level. And I'll still say that. You can come in and talk about this stuff, Brian, but be prepared. You're going to have to face the logical implications of what you've done here. You have, Brian. Maybe not with us. You're going to be dealing with this for quite a long time. Because this is a ridiculous video. I don't expect this video to be up much longer. Brian says, I'll ask you again, Bev. Please give me all the details of your realizing Euclid demonstration. Why? Just told you can come and have a conversation with us about it. It's very strange that Brian doesn't want to come and talk about it, because that's the way this works. This is a communication issue thing now, And these sort of things need to be talked and discussed about individually between people. It's pretty obvious that you listen to anybody else, Brian. And you've listened to a lot of people that have obviously misdirected you away from what we actually say. So in order so you don't get confused, come and talk to us about it, please. And that goes for anybody. If you want to know what we've got and you want to have a conversation about it, come on in. And he says, and from the tone of your comment, the tone of your comment, you're doubling down on the water level being a proof of level being horizontal. Now, when did I do that? What's he doing? I haven't done that, Brian. He says it's not a proof of anything on its own. Yes, I know, Brian. Don't tell me I'm trying to tell you that it is a proof of something on its own. It's not. There's loads more that goes with it. There's a syllogism normally, an argument. And then there's all sorts of other things that go together to back that up. And then you have the actual test. So there's loads more to the proof, the realizing Euclid test, than you even realize. But it's all about a straight line and showing that a straight line lies within a plane. Straight line lying within a plane. And obviously the backing up of that and the formulation, the mathematical proof that goes with it. Now he says, now please give me all the details of your realizing Euclid demonstration. And I know that I can join any night I like with everybody else. But when did I did that in the past? I had my time wasted on purpose. So that would kind of lower the credibility of your show in my eyes, question mark. You don't have to come, Brian. It's all right. Don't worry about it. And nobody's going to give you the details of the realizing Euclid test, Brian. Unless you come in and ask us. We can go over it together. We can learn together about it. We'll be doing that. There's plenty of time in the year to come. Go over it. And he says, oh, and by the way, you are the Blue Marble supporter and not me. As you are the one begging the question and not me. Allowing the opposite side to also beg the question. He thinks it's me begging the question. And then this is where it gets interesting because, as you can see, Professor Phil Bell comes in. Oh. And Professor Phil Bell says, aside from your ramblings about level and horizontal, you most certainly do not have a learning as one of your goals. This is Professor Phil. If you do, you really need to start or lift your game. Let's start with lesson 1. Earth is spheroid. Anyone who knows basic spherical geometry can show you. Anyone that can show us basic spherical geometry, please do. Show us it. So yeah, let's show us it. Show us basic spherical geometry. And I'd love to see that. Anyone who has figured out why it get dark at night can show you. Anyone who realizes that there are 2 celestial polar regions can show you. So pull your head in, mate, and try thinking for a change, Professor Phil. And I said to Brian, come on over and I'll try and do my best to explain about the realizing Euclid tests. And then I say to Professor, Prof. Phil Bell, remember the proof for proof tests? And Phil Belsen says, tools for taking measurements are not arguments. They don't take sides on opinions. They just measure stuff within a given margin of error. And this is the best bit here. Look, this is what I wanted. There you go. This is Prof. Phil Bell states, a water level measures plumb. And knowing that plumb is perpendicular to horizontal, you can figure out a tangent or horizontal aspect. Says Prof. Phil Bell, showing everybody he hasn't got a fucking clue. That guy isn't a prof. He's just Phil Bell. So yes, Phil, a water level doesn't measures plumb, because that's not even grammatically correct. But yeah, a water level doesn't measures plumb. That's fucking stupid, Phil. I hope people can clip this out for us, right? This is the point. This is what we're talking about. Such stupid statements said by people who presume that they're geniuses. People are listening to people like this. But guess what? Brian's logic set this one up, didn't he? A water level, he says, is a gravimeter. And now Professor Phil Bell's come in saying a water level measures plumb. Brian said he could say that. That's what the video's about. So what's everybody think about that? The fact that
It's getting weirder and weirder all the time, Bev.
yeah.
The things that they're coming out with, it's strange.
Well, what
Water
Brian's
levels-
title? Yeah, Brian's title, right? Water levels are gravimeters. And now you've got Prof. Phil Bell saying a water level measures plumb.
So that would be set up, I would say.
Yeah.
This is not accident.
Set up, you said, paper?
Yes, both sides are utilizing this shit
Yeah.
now for some reason.
Yeah, Brian's logic is, as far as I'm concerned, with this video, Flat Earth Society. Because now he's showing that a fake professor can come in and just do the same sort of thing. Now, other people will be claiming this in the weeks to come. I know, I've had it for years. I know this sort of stuff. We've been trying to tell people to sort yourself out with your understanding of what a horizontal is. And now, Phil Bell's saying just flip them. Let's get them as far opposed as you possibly can and say the opposite is true.
How do you compare a natural element to something created to give you a certain reading? What's he doing there?
Exactly what they've been doing. That's Flat Earth Society. Just confuse the shit out of everybody. Say nonsensical things. And when anybody questions you, just tell them that they don't understand it and they're stupid. It's been going on for years.
That has, Bev.
I'm hoping people can see exactly what's going on here. Making videos about stupid shit. Right, so I say, Brian's logic. I'm not bothered about you and your illogical ways, Brian. But if you'd like to come around, I'm sure we'll do our best to try and let you know the principles within geometry that we used, the principles with geometry that we use within our realizing Euclid test and the further tests to come. If the logical steps offend you, you're free to leave and misrepresent anything as you already have. That goes for anybody. If you want to come in and have a conversation and then get all upset, you can leave then and misrepresent us to everybody as much as you want. That's what people have been doing for ages. That's all people have been doing. Misrepresenting people like this. Brian's logic. And Blue Marble. Oh, look, Blue Marble. Has he got that in? Blue Marble says, you're welcome to come to my server, Bev. We can talk about your misrepresentations of what we've said. Blue, I tell you what, we will leave it until after we've gone over the reciprocal zenith bullshit that you're trying to do. Then we can come over and have a discussion about the reciprocal zenith angles. You can try and rebut some of the things that we've said. And here, look, but if there's a third tube halfway between the two ends are far enough apart, you can see that it makes a perfect experiment to detect the bulge or lack of it. Not just the bulge, the drop. The bulge or the drop. There's a contradiction built into it. Hard to imagine where the contradiction is. Geology rocks. Good grief, Brian. Gravimeters measure variations in gravitational acceleration. Yeah, of course they do. Oh, look. This is Mr. Xavier. A guy that Mobius has been talking to. He says, horizontal is said to be a 2D plane. Who said that? Horizontal exists in reality. A plane is geometric, but the moment you put horizontal or vertical, that can definitely be established to be real. It exists in reality because it can be measured and placed wherever you want it to be. You can use it to measure distances from. So that exists in reality. So again, Mr. Xavier, false premise. And again, somebody stating something doesn't really start off a logical statement. Somebody said something about something isn't the best way to start a logical argument. But I mean, he does. If 2D planes, brackets, wherein any 2 points can connect a straight line, is the talking there. If 2D planes, 2 points, that which has no parts, can connect a straight line, a one-dimensional line, don't align with surfaces of reality, since straight lines can't connect from any 2 points of real surfaces. It'd therefore entail 2D planes aren't parallel, i.e. aligned with surfaces of reality. Water level means nothing, Mr. Xavier, but you're free to come in here as well too. Anytime you want. Come in and see if you can make any sense out of that. Means nothing. And then his next one, he's got 60 replies. Mobius. I can't wait till you realise the flaw in this thinking, Brian. Somebody people, that's not going to go down well.
Brian thinks the water level has a limit, huh?
Well, I don't know. Brian says that
in that
water
comment
levels,
you were just looking at, he said that. I'm looking at water levels exclusively because they're limited to past it.
Yeah. 500 meter water level is limited to 500 meters, and that's the problem. They need more with them to prove that level is horizontal.
Just like you did.
Well, I don't think Brian's logic understands the logical syllogism that in order to formulate a proof is a needed thing. Now, obviously, a water level isn't that. You need the extra elements to formulate the proof. You need the logical connection to be able to connect something with something else. And that's what Brian's missing. It's pretty sad. And then Phil Bell says, Brian, there is a vast difference between water levels and gravimeters. Even though Phil Bell just a little bit earlier said that a water level measures plumb.
You determine your latitude with a gravimeter.
Yeah. And this
Accurate.
acceleration varies proportionally with your latitude. See, I wouldn't bother talking about gravimeters. I've never experienced a gravimeter. I wouldn't know what it does, and I wouldn't know how to use one of them. They sound ridiculous anyway. All I'd say is, of my understanding, I know what a plumb bob is, and I know what a level is. So I know the difference between plumb and level geometrically. They're perpendicular to each other. I know that. But what Brian's done here is he's opened up a conversation about something that I'm pretty sure he's not bothered about myself. But he's going to find himself in there. Me, personally, I couldn't give a shit about these gravimeters. I'm not too sure how they could be used within an argumentation form. Because there's too many parts for you to be able to use logic. You'd have to logically derive all of the bits together, the individual components, before you can start within advanced simplicity to come to what it is that you're saying. And I don't think they could come up with something, a logical derivation as for what even a gravimeter is. Or why it's needed. But hey, these guys definitely will, because their idea is to confuse the shit out of people and bring in something in there. Go on, sorry.
It's needed to perpetuate the lie, Bev. That's all it is. It's another tool in their bag.
Here's a one here. Brian, why do you lie? That could be like Brian. It could be Nathan Oakley or that, just saying that sort of thing. He just likes saying it. Sleeping Warrior says that level line is too straight. Needs a bit of a bend on it. Sleeping Warrior. Do you want me to read that again? Sleeping Warrior says that level line is too straight. Needs a bit of a bend on it. Well, who knows? He said it, right? I mean, what do you need? What do you need to do? Do you need to process the sarcasm? Or do you just need to hear the words or recognize the words? Or maybe you're meant to read the words and then you're doing what Sleeping Warrior says. All of these things, they have a meaning. It says wrong. I don't know what this is. Wrong. The surface of water at each end of a water level is the same distance from the center of the earth. Each end will have a divergent vertical and its own unique horizon. The difference may well be indeterminable, but they are different. A statement made by Trevor Austin.
Yeah, you can't see it, but they're different.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's too much.
It is.
It's too much to work out what all of this is all about. But just remember, Prof. Phil Bell thinks a water level measures plumb. If anybody can let us know, if Professor Prof. Phil Bell would like to show us how he uses a water level to establish plumb, I would think that to be marvellous. Because we do have an extension of the Realising Euclid test that should explain all of this. And it does go with the reciprocal zenith angles of blue marble science and the blue marble scientific method. I'll explain it all come tomorrow and over the next few weeks. We'll keep adding to it because obviously it will go on and on and on. Blue marble
Is he
science.
saying that? Is he making that statement because they consider the verticals to diverge? Is that why he's making that statement?
Well, how can they?
I know, but I'm just wondering why he would make that statement.
What, a water level measures plumb? I don't know.
I don't know either. The only thing I can think of is like other commenters said that the verticals diverge, and maybe he considers that plumbs. I don't know. Just wondering why he would make such a statement.
I know why Prof. Phil Bell says a load of stuff. Completely model afflicted. The thing I'm trying to point out to everybody is, why was Brian done this? If he's not also model afflicted, or maybe just within this arena. I don't know. Flat Earth superhero. Superman. Well, I forgot Mobius has been chatting to them. What does that even mean? The fact that elevation is measurable proves Earth isn't flat. Oh, that's Mobius. Wow. Mobius has been having some fun. There we go. So who's this? This is that Xavier guy. It seems to be on a different account. So maybe some of these people have different accounts. Maybe it's somebody who's using his picture and his name with a different account. So, I mean, I don't know how this goes. There's a lot of people misrepresenting people. And there's a lot of people that are imagining they're being part of this thing. I mean, I've noticed on my YouTube channel that people are commenting, but I never get to see them. I don't know whether I get to see the questions. I don't know whether I get to see the comments. I don't know if that person that's commenting is pretending to be me. I don't know if this is actually that Xavier guy or just on another account. It's definitely on a different name. Right? And he says, if a straight line can't connect any 2 points of a water level, then a water level isn't parallel to horizontal, wherein a straight line can connect from any 2 points. In reality, straight lines can't connect from any 2 points of a water level. Therefore, in reality, level water isn't horizontal. Now, I don't know what that is. Whether that's supposedly somebody's pathetic attempt at some sort of a logical statement, or whether he's doing a Brian's Logic thing where they just sort of state a load of shit and then wait and see how you comment. I wouldn't have even replied to that. That just doesn't make any sense or anything. Obviously, a mythologist struggling. Mobius rightly says, seriously, what the fuck are you on about? Of course you can use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference. The straight line between the two ends of a water level tool is horizontal. Completely agree, Mobius. Mr. JHN Xavier says again, nothing about the distance between two ends of a water level negates the fact that if a level line can't connect any two between water level, then level water isn't horizontal. And then Carl Genius says, aren't you a flat earther? I thought it was clear where your position when you wrote, you can measure elevation change of the surface you are actually on. Infinite horizontal planes parallel with each other along parallel verticals. The last sentence seems to me a concise description of the concept of flat earth. Or not? It is horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. Is that flat earth? The concept of flat earth, anyway.
No, it's just reality.
Well, are you sure? This guy here seems to be thinking that horizontal planes parallel to each other along parallel verticals. The last sentence seems to me a concise description of the concept of flat earth. They're just perpendicular. Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. This guy seems to think that's flat earth. I'd say it's not. But, hey, this guy, he's the one that seems to say it is. I wouldn't like to say that. I wouldn't like to be telling most people that horizontal and vertical being perpendicular, it makes them a flat earther. Oh, look, here we go. Water level is an indispensable part of level water is an indispensable part of a water level. How does one prove if the two ends of the water level are points of the line segment that's parallel to an ideal plane of the horizon? And then he puts, oops, almost forgot. Euclidean worshippers don't prove their asserted claims. That's probably because people misrepresent what the proofs are and go on with their assertions that they just make up shit. Like John's doing here. How does one prove if two ends of a water level are points of a line segment that's parallel to an ideal plane of the horizon? Indeed. How do you prove that? It's a good question. And one that we've already answered, but I will be happy to explain to anybody. We will be putting this together to make it as simple as possible to anybody listening. But it's going to require a bit of conversation, a bit of communication backwards and forwards to make sure that you're not misunderstanding what we're saying. In order for you to follow the very simple, the advanced simplicity that we do. Just go through it over and over again. I'm happy to. Have been doing it for years. There's a lot of people that don't listen. There are people that are in here that do, and we have good communication. The learning progress has been exponential, right? Every new person that comes in gets a chance to put their piece into how we simplify this stuff. So every person that comes in that understands what we're doing can give us feedback on which part that they understood better to give us more understanding on this progress. And once it starts, once the spark has been lit, then it just carries on. It's within the individual, and the learning process develops. All we do here is we try and do the beginning part. Try and give everybody that part where they start that journey on their own. It's nobody's following anybody. Nobody's dictating anything to anybody. Everybody here is an individual, and everybody here has something to offer within this communication. That's why I encourage people to come in. Yeah. Anybody just check out the chat if you want to see an example of what's going on. That's familiar people. Not seen them for a while. You see that, Emma? Strange that these people come back again. It's so long. The confusion agents.
You seeing Wiggles' comment in chat, Bev?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's been a long time since we saw that particular name. Those sort of comments are what we were talking about at the beginning. Just statements. Nothing there to back it up. Definitely model afflicted.
He's asking what he's missing. He's missing a lot.
Yeah. Any form of logic, logical understanding. But that's what happens. It's like Mobius is hit nerve again. And Mobius is being, along with Mike in the text chats, trying to, I don't know, trying to get an understanding of where these people are coming from, where they start with the formulation of the logical thinking. And I think it's pretty clear now that they don't have any. There's no logical thought process. They don't. There is no voice of any of these people. They've been shown what happens when people like Brenda and Rumpus and basically anybody that comes round to talk about anything. Wiggles were not flat earthers. So you can say things about flat earthers, but we've actually got proof that level is horizontal. Logical, mathematical, geometric, and practical. Sort of like the all-encompassing. Everything. Put it all together. And there is a proof that level is horizontal. We've also got a lot of reductio ad absurdums to show what goes wrong the moment you step aside from these logical, geometric and mathematical proofs. The hilarity that ensues when you imagine something different. Throws your mind into a state of confusion. Contradictions start appearing. it's a big struggle for anybody with a model. Yeah. And Happy New Year, Wiggles. It is interesting to see some of these such old faces come back. Wonder whether you'll be able to show your face in here. Come and have a conversation, Wiggles. Let everyone know. Model Affliction Monday. Just let everybody know how model afflicted you are. Reverse curve calculators. What's a reverse curve calculator? That sounds like a stolen concept to me. Wiggles, it'll take a lot longer than one show. But if you want to come in, I'm sure there's a lot of people that can start you on the journey. I'm just going to put the kettle on, so talk amongst yourselves, if you will. No? Okay. Right, I don't know where else we can go with any of this stuff. Obviously, Model Affliction Monday is the point that we're trying to say here. And there are more people that are afflicted by this model, obviously, than just what we call the ballers. There are people like Brian's Logic that are willing to come up with arguments that are non-arguments. They've never been arguments. But he's come up with these to nullify another non-argument that he's misrepresented. Like, level is horizontal. It is provable. But that proof is not as simple as showing somebody a water level. That's not how proofs work. And I think over the years that we've developed this advanced simplicity and our understanding of how logic works and how mathematical proofs are put together, and our understanding of that would go to show that you cannot and would never use that as a proof for that. You have to have an awful lot more. Yeah. Wiggles says, and this is a good one from Mobius. Thanks, Mobius. Wiggles, for his argumentation, says that a reverse curve calculator uses the fact that curve calculators are injective functions. Again, it means nothing. It's a meaningless statement. But if you want to imagine that Wiggles is some sort of a mathematical genius, then you can imagine that that has some sort of a meaning. I don't know what sort of a meaning you would mean to derive from that. A reverse curve calculator. How do you calculate a curve? Anyone know? How you would?
I have no idea.
How
what
would
it
you?
is.
How you would calculate a curve in the first place, or even reverse that calculation? I think it's fantastic. Because actually thinking about it,
For me, this is, reverse curve. What does it mean? You can curve in any direction. So why it is reversed? So I don't understand this expression, reverse curve calculator. I think that this is just bullshit.
do you know how would you calculate a curve?
What Wiggles says, it doesn't make any sense for me, at least still.
Yeah, I'll leave that out there. I've got a few ideas, but it involves straight lines. So you're never calculating the curve. You're always calculating the radius of the circle involved. Not much more else to say about it than that. Hidden height. Hidden height. Where's that? How do you... There you go. Wiggles has told everybody. A reverse curve calculator takes in distance, viewer elevation, and hidden height, and spits out a radius. That's fantastic. There's no such thing. You cannot do it. That's impossible, Wiggles. But hey,
It really is fantastic. I
Yeah.
mean, the calculator would have to know so much. There's no way. No way. Ridiculous.
yeah, they've got people like Walter Bislin and Mick West, all of these giants of this arena that have allowed Wiggles to be able to say that. I mean, it's a vacuous statement that means nothing.
Yeah.
It's the height. The height of the object, say a distant building that is below the horizon.
Does that calculator consider perspective as well?
Hey, just hidden height.
Oh, that's what I mean. You would have to consider multiple things there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a calculator for it, though. Yeah. It's strange that, who started off with the calculator? Have a guess. That's right.
Kind of like a magic 8-ball, I guess. Huh?
Jesse Kozlowski. One of his first things he had was a calculator. And then he had to go. He had to hand it on to somebody else. Which he did. He handed it on to Walter Bislin. I'm sure Walter Bislin can explain what Wiggles is talking about. Calculating a curve or a radius of something. After an angle, I think. I think they measure angles, to be honest. Wouldn't surprise me. Or you, would it? If they measure an angle and then do some calculations and come up with the radius of the Earth. I'd say so. Reversing the curve calculator into a straight line whilst measuring straight lines. It's one of the best tricks that anybody's ever pulled. And the fact that nobody's logically tried to call bullshit with that. Wiggles is just showing us that he can imagine that people are mathematical geniuses when they're attempting to do impossible. Well, they are telling everybody they can do the impossible mathematically. How do you measure the hidden height, Wiggles?
And wouldn't you have to consider the angle it is away from you? Because if it's curving, it's not going to be perpendicular to horizontal. It's going to be angled away. It never is.
You'd have to be able to make a measurement. But I think Wiggles is going to get stuck when he realises all he has is an angle.
Made me laugh.
And that's a bit... Well, I mean, unless he can get together with Nathan Oakley and then they can find out exactly what they do with the angle in order to reverse curve calculate something to a straight line from an angle. How would you end up with a distance from when you start off with an angle? Perhaps Wiggles can tell Nathan. Injective function. Wiggles says, right? Check this out. This is one of the best things, yeah. I might even have to let me get this copied. Because this is just too good. Sounds like something that Brian's logic could say this. There we go. So Wiggles says, try thinking, that's me. You can measure the hidden height easily in some cases. If the whole object is obscured by the ocean, then the hidden height is at least the elevation of the top of the object. Do you like that?
Bev, how could you? Is there any information there that could be used?
Well, I mean, if you want to imagine something hidden there, you can imagine anything of any size to be hidden because you won't see it. And the whole thing could be hidden. And then you could say that's how much is hidden because you can't see it.
Oh my goodness.
That's allowed within this formulation. This is blue marble science we're talking about now. If you want something to disappear, you imagine the whole of it's disappeared, and then you can imagine any sort of size that whole thing is not being able to be seen as.
Whatever you need it to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can't see something, then you can imagine it hidden.
Oh, Bev, you're funny.
Oh, Rumpus is coming with the distance to the horizon. That's interesting as well. So, angles equaling all sorts of stuff. From the height of the observer in meters. So Rumpus can do it on just out of knowing how high you are. So how high are you? I take it that's your height, is it? Or is it your eye height? You can tell. Rumpus can tell the distance to the horizon by just knowing how far your eyes are above your feet. Some fantastic stuff that we're dealing with here. This is geometry. Oh, angles are required, right, Rumpus? See here, look. Rumpus is coming to help Nathan Oakley with his angle. Or just angles. More than one, Rumpus. Oh, look, X-Bomb's left the server again. Isn't he the guy that joined last week to leave? He might be doing that regular. Eye height of the observer in meters. Distance to the object, which has to be over the horizon. Over. Do you know what over means, Rumpus? Because I would state that if you say over, then you are putting the horizon as a physical object for something to be over. And as everybody knows, the horizon isn't physical. It's an apparent thing. So how can you go over an apparent thing? I don't think you can go over something that's apparent. But hey, that may just be me and my understanding of the law of identity.
Well, they should be able to send somebody out to that point on the water and start throwing stuff off the side of the ball or the edge of the ball, right?
You have to go over something. I mean,
yeah, but I mean that's what he's determining by that calculation, correct? The location of that point that things start to go over.
Yeah, you're right. Rumpus says the horizon is a physical location. It's just an apparent position, but Rumpus seems to say it's a physical location. And that has implications, Rumpus.
You take your boat there, you keep it in reverse so you don't go over the curve and just start tossing stuff off the ball.
Well, once you get there, you have a different horizon, don't you? Like you...
Exactly.
Yeah, that's Rumpus. He seems to be a little bit of a flaw in your understanding of what over an horizon being a physical position. Only to put it in brackets, which has to be over horizon. You cannot put something over horizon, Rumpus. The horizon is an apparent position. It just happens to be the object, the thing that all horizontals are fixed upon. They're all parallel to it. But fantastic maths coming from Rumpus. And now this, what Rumpus is doing in the chat here, is only meant for him to show probably one of his masters, somebody like Walter Bislin or Jesse Kozlowski in the background. There may be others. Blue marble mathematicians, as we're going to call them. Rumpus, you cannot go over a horizon. A horizon is an apparent position, not an actual physical position, because it doesn't actually exist. It is horizontal, but it's an apparent position. Oh, is he having a go with Rumpus? There's two different horizons now. They're getting it gets a bit awkward when you get people talking to each other. And Rumpus obviously Wiggles here has not recognised that Rumpus has laid down the 5 globe proofs for them. The 5 globe rules that's set out by Rumpus. No, I've never seen an object on the horizon, Rumpus. I haven't ever seen an object there.
You think they would have horizon buoys out there, wouldn't they? Large buoys that have with a big sign on it saying horizon, horizon.
Yeah. I've seen stuff out on the water, Rumpus. Or stuff in the offing. I've seen that. I've never seen anything on the horizon. That's ridiculous. Because the horizon is an apparent position. You can't get on it and you can't go over it. It's pretty simple, Rumpus. Where some people have to obfuscate these simple things in order to imagine that they can come up with an argument for something. These guys, Wiggles, just state your things. Go on, push your paralogisms out there. People will see. Not obsessed with anything. These guys, obviously. Rumpus is starting to take these sort of things. Rumpus, I'll say it again. The horizon is an apparent position. You can not get on it or go over it. Full stop. Now, if you want to say anything different, physicalize an apparent position and give us something that we can go on. Don't just keep talking shit in the background, Rumpus. Stop being a farmer's boy. Yes, Rumpus. Oh, Jarvis as well. All of them. Come on back, guys. Let's get into it. Yeah. Anybody got anything to say about Rumpus or anything to take us off the fact that Rumpus is talking shit in the chat?
As always.
Yeah, nice one, Rumpus. I notice your arguments have got better for 2023. Stating nothing about something that's an apparent position. Ad hominem. What else do you want to talk about? Yeah, of course you can, Paige. We don't need any of that shit. Nobody needs anything like that. Make me brew now. Wiggles is a bit useless as well. Have we got rid of Rumpus then? Thank you very much, Paige. Yeah, everybody. Paige asked if we could mute Rumpus, and I said, yeah. Yeah, do it. Nobody needs Rumpus. Nobody needs that sort of illogical behaviour. This is 2023. If Rumpus could have come up with an argument, then he would have presented it already. Everybody's quite clear now that Rumpus has nothing. He thinks the horizon is an actual physical place. We don't.
So if
need that.
you can go to this physical place, then what you can see if you are looking at the horizon again? Second horizon doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the horizon at your feet is obviously something that everybody could see is a ridiculous statement. But when Rumpus physicalizes it, that's actually what he's saying. You can stand on the horizon. It's so ridiculous that people can imagine that they think just by calling other people names and calling people stupid and calling people not intelligent, they can get around the fact that they're the ones that are stating you can have the horizon at your feet and somewhere else as well. In fact, all around you, somewhere else out of the way. That actually means, by logical implication, that the horizon is everywhere. And that's how you introduce contradictions into your logical system. By stating something that is so plainly false, you end up with a situation where the horizon is everywhere. Not an apparent position, but literally everywhere at the same time. But they can't see it. Rumpus can't see what he's saying. Hopefully other people can see what he's saying. Hopefully people can see and start to see through the implications of stating ridiculous claims.
If horizon is everywhere, so why globers are saying about measuring distance to the horizon? It's just another stupid thing.
Yeah.
Because this is implication. You cannot, therefore, you cannot measure distance to horizon if it is everywhere.
I can give you the formula for a reverse curve calculator if you want. We can get a rough distance to the sun. Wiggles. That's a fantastic claim. A reverse curve calculator that you can get a rough distance to the sun. Oh, wow. Does everybody know that you could get a rough distance to the sun from the reverse curve calculator? Is that a Walter Bisling claim? Jarvis. Nobody's jumping on anybody, and to pre-assume that people have models, then don't be doing that. We talk about reality here, and when people make fantastic claims that can't be backed up, then hey, it's nice that you assume that they have a model, but I guess by their comments you can guess the model that they have. We call that model affliction, when it becomes so plainly obvious. Yeah. Jarvis, if you would like to, this is Model Affliction Monday. Come on in. Express your views about whatever it is you want to imagine it is that you're getting upset about. Mathematics is how we understand reality. It's quite clear. There are aspects of reality, everybody knows this, that fit a Fibonacci sequence. Now that Fibonacci sequence is geometric and it's numerical too. They both fit together, and they definitely explain and describe aspects of reality. So if that is a truth statement, then it's obvious that mathematics, geometry, and logic apply to reality. These guys that are coming in to try and tell you that they have something different than that mathematical approach to reality. They won't tell you what it is. They'll do a Nathan Oakley and just misrepresent. You can't help it though. When these misologists go into this mode, then they can't speak logic. They have to move and separate themselves from logic. And in which case, logic can obviously spot non-logic. You can point out non-logical statements very easily. Let me finish my brew. Oh, see, Wiggles is in here. Come on in, Wiggles. Have a chat with the people. I'll go quiet. You can talk to everybody else. Because that's what's going on here now, right? If you're upset with me, I will go and sit at the side. And you can talk and explain all about your model to the individuals that are in here. Come on in, Wiggles. I'm going to go and finish a cup of tea, so. Make your own tea. No cup. Oh, look, he's in. Welcome.
Hello.
Nice to see you again. Why have you been reactivated? Been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was in the community, I guess, a few years ago and took a break and came back.
You're in the flat Earth community, are you?
Well, I guess the whole community of the debunkers and the whole and the flat earthers, I guess, whatever you want to call them.
What about? Do you leave anything for us? Where would you place us within this community?
Well, because I said I used the term flat earthers in the YouTube chat, and you said that you didn't want to use that term. So I guess I'd ask you what term you'd use.
What term we'd use? Definitely not flat earthers here.
Okay,
like,
okay.
Like realists?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go along with that. Realists. We just talk
Realists,
about,
okay.
yeah, just talk about reality.
Sure.
Nice. So, you've been away for a bit. What made you come back? I thought this was ending. Thought it was over.
No, it's a bit of fun, bit of entertainment.
Nice. How do you feel about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? Are you okay with that?
Well, just that statement alone, I guess, sure, because like, when you say horizontal, what I imagine is like the horizontal plane tangent to the Earth's surface at the particular point.
So how big is that horizontal plane then? For you?
Well, it's an abstract, infinite plane.
Okay. And all perpendiculars to the plane will be parallel.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's a consequence of linear algebra, yes.
Oh, linear and logic and geometry as well.
Yeah, the question though is that plane lining up with the surface of the Earth? That's the question.
It's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
I guess so, yeah.
A horizontal plane is just a horizontal plane, a plane positioned in the horizontal position.
Yeah.
And like you said, all perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel. That's mathematical proof. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think there's a proof for that. I'd like before I say there's a proof for that, but it seems obvious. Yeah.
Do you know what we call perpendicular to a horizontal plane?
What else would you call it then, if not perpendicular?
Well, I would say we have a specific name for a perpendicular to a horizontal, don't we?
Are you talking about like a zenith?
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. So perpendicular to a horizontal is known and established as a vertical.
Okay.
Yeah. And all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yeah.
We're playing like an association game here, mathematical, logical association game. I'm just checking to see how long it'll be before you have a realization.
Am I supposed to realize the Earth is flat? Is that where this is going?
It's got nothing to do with
not
you.
that.
Okay.
This is purely geometric about perpendicularity.
So, yeah, because in linear algebra, like a plane is defined by like a point and a vector, and I guess you have to any vector. Was it a vector dot product? But you can do like dot product or cross product or whatever, and just see which vectors are perpendicular or parallel.
Would you imagine that you can have 3 coplanar points of a triangle, let's say? And could you orientate that horizontally?
3 points define a plane.
Yep. And all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, could you orientate those 3 coplanar points, i.e. a triangle? Could you orientate that horizontally?
Well, once the 3 points are given, then the vector for the plane that they define is already given. So it's like you don't have any choice in what that vector is. The vector either is or is not perpendicular to the horizontal, as you call it.
Well, could you orientate either one of those straight lines from A to B or B to C or C to A? Any one of those 3 lines, could you orientate that horizontally? Let's forget about the all 3 points and the plane that those would establish.
Could you orientate any of the 3 points horizontally? Is that what?
Any of the 3 lines horizontally?
Well, the line either is or is not horizontal, because isn't your horizontal reference frame already given? Or I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm asking you, right? I call this the horizontal Wally. Could you orientate a line from A to B? You understand algebra, like you said, but do you understand the geometry? If you put point A and point B, that gives 2 points, and that would signify a straight line between those 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points define a line. Yeah.
Okay. Now, could you orientate that line horizontally?
Well, the line either is or is not horizontal. Like it's like the line is defined by the 2 points. So like you have to check whether the line is horizontal or not.
Yeah, could you though? Could you
Well,
orientate that line AB horizontally?
okay. So what do you mean by orientate?
Let's say you've got a level, a straight line, and you put A at one end of it and B at the other end of it.
Like a spirit level?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, now can you orientate that line horizontally?
Well, the line already is horizontal because it's like the two ends of the. I guess you like orientate the level until the level is like the bubble is like in between the two lines, and then you got your level is orientated to be horizontal. I guess. Yeah, sure.
Then could you have perpendiculars at A and a perpendicular at B?
Well, here's the thing. Well, if we're talking about the surface, what we said we're not talking about the surface of the Earth
No,
right
we're
now,
just
right?
talking about a horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess at the point A, you'd have the perpendicular line be established line. We're only in 2 dimensions right now, so we don't even have a plane.
We're just talking about a line, aren't we?
Yeah. So yeah, you'd have your you could have a perpendicular vector at point A, and you could also define a perpendicular vector at point B. Yeah, sure.
Okay, now would that perpendicular to the line AB at A be parallel to the perpendicular at B? In your
in the 2 dimensions. Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Mhm. And if the horizontal line had been established as being horizontal, then what would you call the perpendicular at A and the perpendicular at B?
Well, I guess you call them verticals, would you?
But does that not offer up a problem to you? You're okay with geometric understanding of perpendiculars?
Yeah, we're just talking about 2D Euclidean space right now. So yeah, so there's no problem so far. Yeah.
2D Euclidean space?
Yeah, that's what the space we're in currently, I think.
What? No,
2D.
No, I live in 3D. Reality is 3D, right?
Oh yeah, the reality is like 3D. Yeah.
Okay. We were talking. Remember, we were talking about a spirit level in reality, and we put an A at one end and a B at the other end. You remember that?
Yeah, but if you go into the 3rd dimension, that's where the problem comes up because
It's a problem.
yeah, because you can have a line that like there are an infinite number of perpendicular vectors to a vector in 3 space. Like if I had the vector v living in a 3D Euclidean space, then there are an infinite number of vectors that are perpendicular to v.
Yeah, but we're talking about the line AB that we've established as being horizontal, and we've put a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B. Can you remember that?
Yeah, so in 3 dimensions, it's not necessarily true that the perpendicular at A and the perpendicular at B are going to be parallel. They could.
We have got a straight line AB.
Yeah.
And a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B.
Yeah, so you could how do I say it? Well, I don't know, the math is getting a little involved now.
It's not really, because you're talking about a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B, and these perpendiculars are perpendicular to the line AB. I mean, that's not difficult, is it?
No, that's not. No, that's fine. Yeah.
But you said that they wouldn't be perpendicular, didn't you?
So we should. I'm going to draw a diagram.
Nice.
So. Just a simple diagram just so we got something to look at.
Yeah, just post it in live chat. Don't know. I always like to see diagrams and stuff. Are you sure you've been away for a few years? You've not been
I mean,
lurking in the background.
yeah, I've been lurking recently, I guess.
Would you be using Euclidean geometry within this drawing that you're doing? Straight lines.
Yep, totally.
It's nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Eric says no gratuitous globe science, please. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I like it when, as long as people are getting into this, we're understanding where the mulligans might happen. I think you've made a few mistakes there, Wiggles, but I mean...
Okay, yeah, so that's one situation that could happen.
Yeah. Okay, right, well then, to clarify this, what we're saying is, do you think it's possible to use 4 straight lines that are orientated horizontally, 4 equal length straight lines orientated horizontally to form a square?
I don't. Well, a square is 4 equal lines.
Yeah.
So if you have 4 equal lines, yeah, you can just put them in a square. Yeah.
Horizontally. So then the entire square, the figure that is made by those, would that whole square would be horizontal, right?
Well, since we're not talking about the Earth, I'd have to wonder what you mean by horizontal, like, because we're just like in a space now where we don't have any gravity or nothing to talk about horizontal.
Sorry?
Like we're in 3D Euclidean space, like there's no gravity or nothing in there, so like the concept of horizontal kind of loses its meaning.
Well, it's a straight line or plane.
Two straight lines can be at different angles to each other in 3D Euclidean space. So like if both be horizontal, for example.
Well, I don't know. If you're making a square of all 4 lines being orientated horizontally, then the square, the figure that's made by those 4 lines, would also be horizontal, right?
Well, you'd have to define what you mean by horizontal in the 3D Euclidean space.
A straight line or plane.
That's not a sufficient definition, I would have to say.
Straight isn't... Oh, okay. A straight line or plane orientated in the horizontal position. That would be a horizontal plane.
Okay. But you'd have to define, like you'd have to pick like an arbitrary vector and call it, maybe you just vector x, y, z equals like 0, 0, 1, and you'd call that vertical. And then you'd call horizontal. A vector would be horizontal if it is perpendicular to vertical. That would be one way to define it.
Well, I'd say that all points in reality would be at an equal elevation. All points within the plane would have an equal elevation or an equal altitude. Could use either of them interchangeably.
Okay, you could make that definition, yeah, sure.
Okay, so you could orientate a square and make a square and orientate it horizontally in reality?
Well, reality is, you know me. I'm going to say in reality, Earth is a globe, and that the like this square is like it's tangent to the Earth, but it's like I'll just call it the square tangent to the Earth at a point if it was orientated the right way.
So would you be saying that in reality that you would struggle to orientate the entire square horizontally?
I mean, if by horizontally you mean tangent to the Earth's surface, then that would be totally possible to do, yes.
I wouldn't say horizontal is tangent to anything. I would say
Okay.
horizontal is an orientation established in reality by a tool called a level. And I think most people would have that understanding of what a horizontal in reality is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Earth is locally flat, yeah, so you can just say Earth is flat locally, and that works.
Why? Who would say that?
Surveyors or people building a house, you know, hanging a
I doubt
picture
it.
frame on the wall.
I think I think surveyors would tell you that the elevation changes of wherever you wanted to know. That's the position that they're in and the elevation of the land that they're on. That's what surveyors would tell you. No surveyor would tell you that the Earth is locally flat. That doesn't make any sense at all, especially to a surveyor. I don't know why you said that. We're talking about a horizontal square being orientated horizontally in reality.
Yeah, just hang a plumb bob and then make the plumb bob perpendicular to the square, and then you got your square horizontal.
Okie dokie. Well, then once you've done that and you've orientated a square horizontally, you imagine you could lift it up.
Okay.
And orientate it vertically now. That square.
You could do that, yeah, sure.
And it being a square, the opposite sides will be parallel. So you'd end up with 2 horizontals and 2 verticals.
Well, since Earth is locally flat, yeah, we can say that for all practical purposes.
The Earth isn't locally flat. No. Why would you say that?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into like geoid business and like how it's misshapen and stuff like that, sure, but well, I should be certain. Like a sphere is locally flat. It's like a manifold, is what they call it. So.
A sphere is a surface of constant curvature with 0 flat. Because it's a surface of constant curvature. Why would you say that?
Well, that's I'll just curiosity. I'll just like hit up the proper mathematical definition of a manifold, because the surface of a sphere is a manifold.
Surface of a sphere is a surface of constant curvature. At least mathematically and geometrically speaking. I suppose you could say logically as well through that extension.
Yeah, so it just they just like give a vague definition here on Wikipedia. It just says like a locally resembles Euclidean space near each point.
Near each point. A point being that of which has no parts.
Yeah, that's how Euclid called it, yeah.
Okay. So near every one of those, it resembles Euclidean space.
Yeah.
So where does this exist?
What do you mean, where does a manifold exist?
Yeah.
Well, it's an object in mathematics. I guess it's like a mathematical term.
Okay. Does it actually exist?
Well, I mean, yeah, you could call like the surface of, like, if you had I don't know, a hollow sphere, you could call that a manifold, sure.
Okay, so if you had a hollow sphere, you could call that a manifold, and then at each point, which would be every point, you could say that resembles Euclidean space. But if there is a sphere there, then that is a Euclidean sphere. It definitely exists within Euclidean space, doesn't it? Not only does it resemble Euclidean space, it is Euclidean space.
We gotta be careful. You gotta, like, there's this, the space that the object lives in. That's one set of things, and then you have the set of points that constitute the surface of a manifold.
Yeah, and one of them actually exists, right? Does your manifold exist, or does the actual sphere in reality exist? Which one are we actually talking about?
Well, which one exists? Like, the manifold exists in mathematics, like the atoms that make up, like, say you had a wooden hollow sphere, then the wood exists in reality.
That's
Like,
why it resembles Euclidean space, because it isn't actually in Euclidean space. It's just a mathematical model. Whereas the actual sphere that does exist in reality actually exists within Euclidean space, doesn't it?
I suppose, sure. Well, if you want to say that, sure, yeah.
Okay. So what you've said there is that your manifold doesn't exist. It's just something that you've imagined in order for you to explain something that does actually exist. But
Well, I mean,
you've
yeah,
made it
people
different than something that does actually exist by making it not actually exist.
Yeah, I mean, like, that goes all the way back to Aristotle, you know, talking about, like, does a perfect circle exist? And they might say, like, no perfect circle exists
That
in
was
reality.
Plato.
Yeah, or Plato, yeah. Yeah, Socrates taught Plato, and Plato taught Aristotle, yeah.
Yeah. But Aristotle talked about the thing, right? The object. It has an identity. So when you're talking about the circle, you are talking about that circle. The circle that's there. And so everybody has a concept of circle, but it comes from the circle. You do the circle. So whenever you form a square, then that's the square that you're talking about. Right now, you can do it mathematically because you know it can be replicated in reality. There's a one-to-one relationship there, isn't there, between your concept of what a square is and what a square actually is in reality.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, where would you be going with this, Bev?
It's just mathematical understanding of where we're starting off from. We're doing this thing, we call it advanced simplicity. And what we're doing here is the mathematical understanding of the straight line into a square, and then the orientation of horizontal, and then the movement of that horizontal orientation into the vertical within the framework of the square. Trying to keep intact the geometric understanding of the straight line, the perpendicularity that goes from horizontal to vertical.
So in other words, like, lifting up, if you had a square made of wooden dowels or something, just lifting up the square and placing it on its side, I guess, or standing it vertically.
Yeah. With the verticals being perpendicular to the horizontal.
Sure, yeah. So where are you ultimately, like, kind of going with this? Like,
well, we're going to do a thing tomorrow. going over blue marble science and his reciprocal zenith angles and the
Okay,
the
yeah,
law
yeah.
of identity, where reciprocal zenith, as he says, zenith is equal to plumb, which is equal to vertical, which is equal to gravity. Blue marble science. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you can get the zenith from gravity, yeah.
Right. So the understanding of zenith, vertical, plumb, and gravity, they're all the same. Equals equals equals.
Yeah. I know, yeah, Blue Marble Science, he's done a couple videos about you in the past.
I'm just talking about the broader aspect of blue marble science. You know, like within your understanding of the blue marble science, would you agree that vertical equals zenith equals plumb equals gravity equals equals equals? Are they all the same thing, or do you differentiate between any of them?
Well, I mean, like, technically, I wouldn't use an equal sign between all four of the concepts, because, like, gravity is a vector, and it's 9.8 meters per second squared. Little g is, and zenith is, like, you know, the point directly, like a zenith point is like a point directly above your head, and like a plumb bob response is a line that responds to gravity, and, you know, vertical is, I guess, whatever you want to define it as. So,
What? Would you not say they're all the same?
well, they're all like really, really, really closely related, of course.
Okay, so what if there's any difference? Which one of them has a difference, and how would you represent the difference?
Well, I mean, like the difference depends on what you're doing, I guess. But like, its gravity is like a vector. It has a magnitude of 9.8 meters per second squared. But a zenith line doesn't have a magnitude. It's just like a direction or a point, or however you want to
Like
call it.
vertical
Yeah, sure, yeah.
and a plumb bob.
Yeah, so yeah.
So would you be okay with, well, when we say zenith, what we say is the zenith nadir. Nadir being the point beneath your feet and the zenith being the point above your head. So that line going from zenith to nadir, and we call that, you know, zenith for understanding, because it's a line. And then vertical and plumb. Those three equals, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah. We might as well put an equal sign there, I guess, for now, yeah.
So the only problem really you have was the gravity.
Yeah, because gravity has a magnitude of 9.8 meters per second squared.
You're going to put a number on it.
Yeah, you can put a number on that one.
And which number would it be in the down direction?
Well, actually, down is the direction of gravity, so it's kind of circular to say that gravity is the direction of down. Like, down is the direction of gravity.
Okay. And then at some point along that, would you, is that where your problem lies? That at some point along that down turns into up?
Yeah, once you go past, if you follow your, like, if you're standing at, I don't know, the Eiffel Tower, any random spot on Earth, and you have your gravity vector at that location, and if you follow that vector, you're going to hit the center of the Earth, and then eventually you're going to come out on the other side of the Earth, where the vector is no longer pointing down. There's no the gravity vectors are not parallel.
Well, yeah, okay, but we've got zenith nadir, we've got plumb, and we've got vertical, all of which are like up and down, right? Both directions. But you're saying you've separated gravity because gravity goes down but then turns back into going up.
Well, the reason I separated it was just to be like technical, just because because that's the one that has like an actual like 9.8 associated with it. And the other ones don't really have that, so that's like one difference between them. But
Yeah,
But you're
so
right about the.
you've added a number, and at a certain point, that number changes direction.
Well, yeah, the vector. Well, yeah, because there's a gravity vector field, yeah, around the Earth, yeah.
Okay. But you wouldn't say like it's both up and down. You would just say it's down, but then that down turns into an up. But where it turns back into an up, then the gravity is still down. See, that's one of the problems I have. It seems illogical. But I mean, maybe we'll have to try and get Blue Marble Science to clarify that, because it was him that said it. And I think that's the understanding that vertical, zenith, nadir, and plumb, they're all the same. And Blue Marble added in gravity, but you want to separate that. It's good.
Yeah, but I mean, you can lump it together if you want, I guess, but it's like it depends on what you're doing. Like, we're just sort of like having a
we're
chat,
grouping them together so we can have a clear understanding that they're all the same thing. But if you,
I mean, they're all basically the same thing, yeah.
well, let's take gravity out of it because of the number association that you've added to it. The rest are just lines. And the plumb, obviously, that's reality based. Obviously, the zenith and nadir, they're just an imaginary positions above and below. But a plumb of all of those things, the plumb is the one that actually establishes the vertical in reality.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so if we have that horizontal square and we lift it up, then the plumb bob that we put at each side of this square, they would be hanging vertically.
Yeah, the plumb bobs, technically, they would not be parallel, though. The plumb bobs would actually be like pointing towards the center of the Earth, making a tiny, tiny angle between each other.
So when you say technically, do you mean like geometrically?
Sure, yeah, because I mean, like, when surveyors measure reciprocal zenith angles, like they get like a good distance between their theodolites to do that, because they want to maximize. They want to get like as big of they want to get like the biggest sum that they can possibly get, and they want to make it easier to measure, right? So they get the theodolites far apart to measure the reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, so that's why we were going over the A and B originally, horizontal orientation. So you're saying the horizontal is possible, it's just the perpendiculars at either end, the verticals.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal at A or B.
Well, at each point on Earth, there's a different gravity vector.
Okay. And does that affect vertical and plumb?
Oh, you bet it does.
Okay. So this line that goes from A to B, that was a square that we orientated horizontally, and then we lifted it up to make it vertical. At that point, is that what stops the sides from being perpendicular of the square? Is that pesky gravity?
Well, no, the square is not worrying about gravity at all, because like if you have like a square made of like 1 foot sides, like out of wooden dowels or whatever, like then that's just like its own object, kind of, and you can
It's a square.
think about it. Yeah.
Square that has parallel opposite sides.
Yeah, like you can talk about whether a particular vector is. You can measure like given any pair of vectors, you can measure the angle between the vectors.
Uh-huh. And a square has opposite sides parallel.
Yeah, by definition, yeah.
Yeah. But yet you've just made them not perpendicular to the baseline.
Well, they're well each like if you consider the points. The square has 4 corners, 4 points, and then I don't know. This is pretty simple. It's, I think like trying to explain it just complicates it.
Yeah, well, the diagonals would be equal as well, wouldn't they? Geometrically forming.
Equal in length.
Yeah, and like right at the center of that, where those diagonals cross, there would be 4 perpendiculars, right? Those 2 diagonals would intersect perpendicularly, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. So Bev, have you ever done like linear algebra or anything like linear algebra before?
No, we just stick mainly to logic geometry here.
Well, yeah, linear algebra is like a great application of logic. Well, all math is, but like yeah, you can.
Do you use
know,
X and Y?
Yeah, you can have an X
Like
direction and a Y direction.
like an X and Y graph that all of the lines are perpendicular, like a square.
Yeah, that's one thing that shows up in linear algebra. Yeah.
Okay, and then the X would be classed as a horizontal, and the Y would be classed as the vertical.
That's generally what people call them. Yeah, but you could call it the other way. You could call Y the horizontal if you wanted to, or if you had 3 directions, you could call Z horizontal. Like it's up to you. You know.
Yeah, but in reality, we use the X and the Y as a horizontal plane, and the Z as a vertical.
Well, it depends on your application of what you're doing. Like,
we call that Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah.
Mathematically. So that's where the X and the Y comes from within your linear algebra, through the formulation of an XY graph. See, because geometry came before the algebra.
Yeah, they used to think that like geometry was like the math of reality. They thought like that math existed in geometry. They didn't really have like notion of sets back then in Euclid's time.
Sets?
Yeah, like a set, yeah.
A set of what?
So like yeah, math nowadays is like all about sets. Like there's one of the
groups.
Well, a group is a set.
Yeah.
But not every set is a group. Well, have you ever studied group theory before?
Group theory. That's
yeah.
In the effect that a lot of people want to put things into groups.
Okay, well, yeah. So in math, like the term is like a set, like it's a set of objects, like the.
Wait a minute. Like all horizontals being parallel.
That's a statement.
Yeah, but you could group all of the horizontals into a set and say all of these things are parallel to each other.
You could definitely do that, yeah.
Yeah. And you could do similarly with the X, couldn't you? You could say all of these things that we're going to say are on an X, if we give the value of a certain Y, then all of the X would be parallel if we assign the Y value similar. And you could say the same about the Y's in their relationship to the X.
What do you mean when you say all the X are parallel?
If you have X equals 1 and X equals 2, right? That line that's established, with the Y value, the X and the Y is the 2, and the X would be the, X equals 2 on the Y, right?
X equals 2 on the Y.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
your x line has a value of y on the 2, where you value y as 2.
You kind of lost me here now.
Yeah, never mind. It's geometric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should definitely check out like linear algebra, because that will give you like a really good tool to talk about like parallel zeniths, or like or reciprocal zenith angles, or like non-parallel, like whether the zeniths or whether the plumb bobs are parallel or not. Like linear algebra is the thing you want to check out to
I
do
think
that
geometry is far easier.
Well, I mean, they're very close, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of spherical pi?
Oh yeah, I saw that whole thing. You're measuring like you're using the great circle rate, great circles, and then your radius along like that great circle. And
But
a
a radius is a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, and a straight line in Euclidean geometry or in spherical geometry. Yeah, that's something. It's not the same kind of thing as in Euclidean geometry. Like spheres and Euclidean geometry are different. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in reality, pi has a constant value, doesn't it?
Yeah, I memorized a lot of digits of pi. Yes.
Okay, so at no point could you ever change that constant value of pi?
No, as long as when you have the definition, the decimal digits all follow. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you imagine to have a variable pi?
Because I know what you're doing. You're like you're drawing a circle on the surface of a sphere, and then you're measuring the distance along the surface of the sphere from the center of this. Geez, my brain is my brain is giving up on me. You know, like you have. Let me draw it. You got a sphere. You draw a circle on the surface of the sphere. And then you draw a line on. You measure the distance from the point in the middle.
Is that a circle though?
It's a circle in spherical geometry.
But a circle has the ratio of pi, and that's a constant.
Yeah, pi is for like planar circles.
It's just for a circle. Like you.
Pi is for planar circles.
No, a circle is a circle. It's just a circle.
Well,
a circle is a 2-dimensional figure, right? That's how you can be absolutely certain that the relationship of the circumference to the diameter is that number that you call pi.
Sorry, so are you saying that pi is different?
No, I'm saying pi has a constant value.
Yeah, 3.1415.
Exactly.
9, so on, yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't change, does it?
No, that's what constants do, is they don't change, yeah.
Uh-huh. So if anybody were to tell you that pi does actually change, you'd have to tell them it doesn't, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I'd have to tell them that pi is a constant, yes.
Jolly good. Hey, Blue. Good to see you around here. Oh, Blue's doing a video on it. The varying values of pi.
I mean, yeah, you could go on like, what's the easiest way to explain it? Like, you could just go on Google Maps, and then you could draw a circle on the surface of the Earth, or Google Earth, I meant to say, sorry, and you could draw a circle on that.
A circle being?
Yeah, like a circle, well, a set of all points equidistant from a given center.
Yeah, on a 2-dimensional plane. Not like a cone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's your issue with pi though? Like, what are you saying? Like, where are you going with the whole pi thing?
I'm not going anywhere with it. There's these scientists that have, I think they've overstepped their bounds into geometry. And there's an entire group of them. Yeah, they're trying to convince you that you should have a different value of pi.
Well, I mean, we've known that. So you're saying scientists are trying to change the value of pi?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a funny story of like in some politicians tried to actually change pi to 3.2 to make it easier to calculate, and that was laughed out of the
I think they said
the building that
anywhere.
day.
There's a few of them. Some have said it goes the other way, but from anywhere from 2.000 and what you know, 3.14, blah, 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 whatever, right?
Yeah. No, pi is a constant.
Yeah. I know.
And I don't think
know
anyone.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. In reality, pi is a constant. Everybody knows that. So assuming it changes and it's variable would be ridiculous. You would have to be talking outside the realms of reality if you were to speak of varying pi. I would say so anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's seriously going to just say pi is not what it is.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope nobody's making videos about it as we speak.
Because I know there was like I loosely followed like I remember in the flat Earth debunkers, that whole community, like there's something about like the arc length on across the surface of a sphere from the center of a circle to the edge of the circle, and dividing that circumference by that radius and getting like a different value. But you can do that, but that's just not the conventional pi.
Yeah, it's where everybody says a radius, then the radius is straight. Otherwise, you don't have a circle. So to suggest that a radius might curve is literally, that's a ridiculous statement there, right there. That's your problem. If you suggest that a radius curves, then you're not going to have a circle, because obviously that's not going to be a circle. Circles don't have curved radiuses.
Well, actually, in celestial navigation, you have to use a curved radius to get your distance from
There's no
the
such
GP
thing
of the
as a
star.
curved radius, though. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, celestial navigation works.
Well, I didn't know that they. So whenever we hear circle of equal altitude, is it?
Yeah, the circle of equal altitude. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you saying that that's not actually a circle? They've been lying.
No, that's a circle.
Does it
like a different kind of circle.
Does it have a curved radius?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a circle then.
Well, it's a circle of equal altitude. Like it is like it is also a Euclidean circle as well. It just by coincidence, it happens to be a Euclidean circle as well. You can think about it that way.
If it's got a curved radius, it isn't. That's not what a circle is. Everybody knows that.
But if the like when you do that, like 60 nautical miles times the co-altitude, you know that calculation, right?
And I wouldn't know. Are you saying that circle has a curved radius, making it a not circle?
Well, I mean, call it what you want, but that's how it's like used in celestial navigation.
Okay, so I'm just going to nip off and have a word with the missus for a bit, guys. Does anybody want to? I've never heard about this before. Are you saying that this is what Brian's logic has been talking about, and Nathan Oakley? This circle with a curved radius? I don't think that they wouldn't have done that, would they? I mean, we haven't dealt much with this celestial navigation, but
No, I mean, like, it's something to check out if you want to, like, think about the curved radiuses, whatever you want to call it.
Does anybody else want to have a go at this? I do need to nip off, so please chat
Okay,
for
well,
a second.
yeah, it was fun.
But changing radius into the curve, you are changing ratio, so you are destroying pi. So that would be a problem, I think.
Well, the pi doesn't change by doing, like, for example, celestial navigation.
Yes, it means that the radius and diameter and circumference of the circle are on 2D plane, let's say. So only then they can keep ratio. So it cannot be done on any curved surface, because if you are drawing circle, like you said, on the sphere, it is not a circle because it is just slice of a sphere. You are drawing like slice of the sphere, and on the surface of the sphere you have curved radius. You cannot have straight radius, and therefore you are changing ratio between diameter and circumference. So that's would destroy pi. Can you agree with that?
Hold on there. I'll get a nice visual from Google Earth, and we'll have a look at that.
No, it's just imaginary thing, that if you have just a ball and you are drawing a circle on that ball, and you are drawing diameter, it would be curved, of course, so it would be longer, because normally diameter is straight line. So if you are curving diameter, it means that you are making it longer than normal, and therefore you are changing ratio. And if you draw a so-called great circle on the surface of the sphere, the ratio between circumference and diameter would be 1:2, because your diameter on the sphere would be just semicircle. So it has to be ratio 1:2. Simple.
Well, pi is not defined as the it's not defined as, like, from circles in spherical geometry. It's defined for planar geometry.
Yes, like a circle. Circle has to be on the plane, because otherwise you cannot have this ratio.
But I mean, like, what you do in spherical geometry does not affect what happens in planar geometry. Like, you can go to a different mathematical space and do different things there, and that's okay.
I would say that it does affect.
Well, why? It's two separate places. Like, if I walk into, like, I don't know, a clothes store, does that change what happens in, like, a grocery store? Like, it's different places.
You seen what Blues put there? He said if you put 3,000-mile radius, pi changes to 2.84. The lengthening of the radius causes differing pi values, according to certain scientists. It's good, that, ain't it?
I wonder what Blue Marble Science is up to there with that. Well, I wonder where he's going with that.
No, it's good, isn't it? He's making videos about it. Because that's definite, like, he puts a length to that. Like, everybody knows what 3,000 miles is. You can scale that, can't you?
Yeah.
The way geometry works. And if you were to scale that circle with a 3,000 mile radius, what do you reckon pi would turn out as?
Well, Blue said they're 2.84. I can just check the math.
That's good. Thanks, Blue. But you said before, right, that in reality, pi is a constant. So it's quite clear that Blue Marble's not really talking about reality, is he?
Yeah, I just roughly did it. I got about 2.86. Yeah, so
Wow.
with my approximation, I didn't like do it like pixel perfect or nothing. Yeah, so Blue, he's about, yeah, that's the right
Okay,
thing.
so in reality then, how long could you make the radius and still adhere to the constant that you understand?
Well, here's the thing, like in spherical
pi.
geometry, pi is like pi changes in spherical geometry.
But not in reality, right?
Well, reality is, I tend to think of reality as something different than math. Like math is like this pure abstract place. Reality is like particles and photons and stuff like that. So.
But everybody's understanding of a circle.
Yeah, generally when people use the word circle, they mean a planar circle.
A circle.
Planar circle.
You're doing that thing where you add something in front of something that isn't actually needed to imply that there may be something different. I call that gaslighting myself.
Okay, I would just call it like being, I'll call it the opposite of gaslighting. I would call it like really being clear on what you mean and trying to explain a concept like really clearly.
Okay, so in your understanding of a circle, how do circles differ?
Well, if you have different geometries or different metrics, then you have different, like do you know what a metric space is? Like it's like there's like three axioms. It's I won't go over them, but it's like it defines a notion of distance, and you can have different notions of what it means for there to be, for like what it means for something to be a distance. Like there's like the taxi cab metric. There's the Euclidean metric everyone knows and loves. And then you can have. Let me just look up some examples of metrics.
Okay. Well, what about the understanding that pi being that number is because the diameter is the straight line?
Yeah, pi is for planar circles.
Yeah, but it's the difference between the straight line and the curved line, isn't it?
And when we're talking about pi, we're not talking about the spherical geometry. Like the pi that you're thinking of, I guess, is where it all comes down to defining your terms.
Oh, so you do have a different pi then? Not when earlier you were saying it was a constant, but now you're saying, if you think about it, you're saying I'm thinking about that constant, and there is another pi that's different than the one that's a constant that I understand?
Yeah, it all comes down to context and defining terms.
Whoa. Can we define terms of a diameter being straight?
Can we define term? Well, you can define a diameter.
Yeah. As
You
being...
can define what straight means, and then you can see if a diameter is straight.
I think diameter would be defined as the straight line that passes the center and meets the circumference at either end.
Yeah.
Yeah. And is that okay for you as a straight line?
Yeah, in planar geometry, yeah.
Okay. So do you have a different definition of a diameter that isn't a straight line then?
Well, I guess, yeah, like, if you want an example, like, I can just come up with one, and I guess you can...
You're not just going to say, I don't need you to make one. I've got one here. It says 17. It says the diameter of a circle is a straight line drawn through the center and terminated both ways by the circumference. That's obviously Euclidean.
Yeah, Euclidean, yeah.
Have you got any other one?
Well, I mean, like, we can always use spherical geometry, and then we'd...
Is there a definition of diameter in spherical geometry that you can give us?
I don't want to, like, say false information if a bunch of people are listening, but I'm pretty... But, well, also I'll put the caveat that I don't know what for 100% certainty, but I think in spherical geometry, like, the terms in number 17 would be defined differently. But the sentence as it's written would probably also apply to spherical geometry.
A straight line?
Yeah, because a straight line would be like a great circle root in spherical geometry.
Really?
Yeah.
So what would be the difference between a straight line and the circumference?
Well, the circumference of a circle in spherical geometry would not be a straight line because unless it's the equator or something like that.
Oh, did you say it wouldn't be unless?
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, because like the equator is a circle.
Contradictory terms within mathematics?
What?
Would that not be classed as a contradictory term within mathematics?
No, you can use unless as just like a logical statement.
I don't think you can use contradictions within a logical statement. I think we call that fallacy. In fact, I'm pretty certain that we call that a fallacy if you inbuild a contradiction into a logical statement.
Yeah, like but if you draw like that picture I linked of like the Google Earth, like that circumference is not a straight line.
It's not a circumference if it's a straight line.
Well, listen, the equator
circumference can't be a straight line, can it?
Well, the equator is a circle, and it is also a straight line in spherical geometry.
Again, that sounds like a contradiction.
The thing, you need to open your mind to this new world of spherical geometry.
I'm not opening up my mind to this new world of contradictions. I'm fine with logic as it is. Thank you very much.
But it means that on the equator, this great circle, the curvature of the circumference is utterly the same as the curvature of the diameter. So you cannot distinct which one is diameter and which one is circumference, because they are the same. For me, this is
They're both
strange.
classed as straight, aren't they?
So yes, that would be two straight lines making a circle.
Yeah, the ratio of spherical pi is the ratio between two straight lines. I hope your video is going well, Blue. Thank you very much, Wiggles. Implications, geometric implications of bullshit. Building contradictions into your mathematical process. Pretty dangerous stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, I think yeah, Big Blue, he always puts out like a good video.
Yeah, this will be great. We're dealing, like I say, we're dealing with his reciprocal zenith angles, which you associated the zenith with vertical and plumb.
Yeah, I've never actually done a reciprocal zenith angle measurement because I'm like not a surveyor or anything. But have you ever done that, Bev? I know you got like an auto level.
It's
but,
it's not an actual surveying procedure, right? You won't find any surveyors that have actually done that.
Well, I thought it wasn't like Jesse Kozlowski and some other guy did a reciprocal zenith angle measurement. I think there's one on MC Tunes page as well.
Yeah. It's not an actual surveying procedure, though, is it? Can you imagine what would the job be? Could you imagine?
Well, I think they actually use that to measure atmospheric refraction, if I'm not mistaken.
What, surveyors use reciprocal zenith angles to measure atmospheric refraction? You best tell Blue that. I'm pretty sure Blue came to a different conclusion. But hey, maybe your understanding of it was a bit different than Blue Marble's. It's a bit hard to tell. Did you ever talk to anybody about reciprocal zenith angles? Have you had a conversation?
I understand the concept.
You
I
understand
understand
the concept of measuring an angle.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do you imagine you can do with that angle?
What you can do with an angle?
Yeah, the angle that you've measured at each side.
Well, you can. I haven't read much about this. I'd have to look into it before, like, I say anything like on a live Discord channel. But I'd have to look into it more.
Blue Marble's doing it again. Thank you very much, Blue. How can somebody like try and misrepresent something that I'm pretty sure we said, and I'm pretty sure everybody heard us say it. See this. Blue says, "No, it isn't, Bev. You're just showing your ignorance. The radius and diameter of a circle on the surface of a sphere are both arc segments of a great circle." Isn't that what we just said, Paper?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm not showing we're ignorance. We've just pointed out once again, Blue, that isn't a circle. Because the radius and the diameter are straight lines. They're not arcs. If you have either the radius or the diameter arcing, the figure you're making isn't a circle. It's so bad, Blue.
Well, I would agree with what Blue Marble Science has just written.
Would you?
Oh yeah, 100%.
That the radius of the diameter of a circle are both arcs. And that's how he manages to change pi, which you know is a constant and doesn't change.
Well, then I'd have to do what you call gaslighting, but what I'm going to call clarifying, which you'd have to talk about planar pi and spherical pi.
Wow. How many times have you ever heard of that?
Well, I saw maybe I've heard of it before.
Mm-hmm. I'd say one of those has been made up by the model afflicted people.
Well, Bev, suppose that we did live like on a spherical Earth. Like, how would you measure distances? Like, if you had to drive your car or like sail a cargo ship, how would you measure distances like across the ocean on a spherical
line.
Earth?
Straight line. In reality, we measure distances as a straight line, usually horizontal distances.
So, what do you mean by a straight line? Is it like it lives in the surface of the spherical Earth? Or...
Did you just ask me what do I mean by a straight line?
I did, yes.
Wow. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Or,
Okay, yeah.
or that which lies evenly between its extreme points.
Shortest distance. Okay, yeah. So, so you're talking about arcs of great circles on a spherical Earth.
No, that's not the shortest distance. The shortest distance isn't an arc and never will be an arc. It's a straight line.
But you think about it like a cargo ship sailing on a spherical Earth, it has to go on the ocean, and the ocean is curved. So, like, the boat can't sail through the water.
I'm talking about measuring in reality. There's no need to get on a boat. We don't use boats for measuring. We use straight lines in reality for measuring distances from one point to another. That's a straight line.
Yeah, well, like, it's kind of like you actually did define the like the shortest. You did define like spherical geometry distances accurately.
No,
So-
I said to you, a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. That's like straight.
Yeah, and that works for spherical geometry. Yeah, because great circles are the shortest distance across the circle. Like if you have to stay in the surface of the sphere, the shortest distance is an arc of a great circle.
Yeah, whereas in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Well, it depends if by reality you mean 3D Euclidean space, if that's what you want to refer to reality as.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So then the shortest point for a cargo ship would be to like be a submarine. It would have to be a submarine and it'd have to go through the water, by your definition. But for
always go to boats.
Yeah, because they have to sail across a curved ocean.
But what do they use for their measuring?
GPS or whatever, I guess. I don't know, like Haversan formula, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. You know, like on land where we actually measure shortest distance between 2 points, like say from one city to another.
Yeah, great circles.
No, straight lines.
Yes.
Actual straight lines. They do triangulation.
Yeah, because like if you drive your car, say over 60
A car isn't a measuring device.
Well, I'm talking about like the odometer on a car can measure distances indirectly.
You're going up and down hills, though, right?
Yeah, but if you had like a really
corners.
Yeah, but
You're
if you
not
had like
going in a straight line, are you?
Well, you could suppose hypothetically you are, and then
In your
like
car,
if you had,
I don't think you can. I don't think if you were going to go hypothetically from one point to another, I don't think you'd need your car. Because cars don't do that. And like, unless you're thinking like the crow flies. But then again, cars don't fly like crows. And that's an actual straight line that you're thinking of, right? So why not think hypothetically about a straight line rather than a car journey?
Well, because like cars get a certain amount of kilometers per liter or gallon of gasoline. So you want to know how much gasoline you have, and that tells you the range of your car, and you need a way to measure distances to know how if you got enough gas to get there or not.
Yeah, but like when you're going on a journey, you know how far it is because somebody's already measured a straight line distance through triangulation. They've placed these positions on maps. They've put a scale in the bottom corner, so you can know, you can measure that straight line from one point to another on an actual map. You remember those ones? If unfold them.
Yeah, I don't know. I always use Google Maps or Google Earth for my distances.
Nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you not remember the maps from olden days?
Yeah, so I've seen a few back when I was maybe like 8 or 9 or so maybe. That's when.
So you never got to
last
do
time I
any
could-
orienteering or anything like that?
No, I think. Yeah, pretty much right now. And as far as like I use Google Maps and stuff like that, it gives me the route and all that.
Okay. So in reality, like I say, we measure a straight line distance from A to B. That's why I was asking you earlier, do you think we could orientate that horizontally? Because in reality, shortest distances are on a horizontal. Geometrically, that's how they orientate that line.
Well, I mean, I would have to say in reality, Earth is a globe, and we measure shortest distances by the Great Circle arcs. But I mean that.
Well,
But we
see
can
that great circle arc that you're thinking of there? You're thinking of that as being straight. Is that the same as a horizontal?
Oh, I think it would definitely not be in pretty much any sense of the word that you would use it.
Okay, so that great circle that is a straight in your spherical geometry, that isn't a horizontal in reality. But if that is a straight, then what would you call horizontal in comparison to the straight that you're talking about?
Now, there's a great word for it, tangent.
Tangent, right? Okay, so what you've got then effectively is a tangent to a straight line.
Yeah, you can have tangent lines to great circle routes. Yeah,
And that's a straight line to you, isn't it?
Well, in spherical geometry, like the straight lines are great circles.
And in reality, a horizontal is a straight line or plane.
Well, it all depends on like the geometry, the underlying.
Wait a minute. In geometry, a tangent is a straight line. And in geometry, a tangent is a straight line that touches a curve at one point and one point only. But you imagine that curve is a straight. You just said it.
Yeah, well, I guess like geometry got pretty complicated a couple hundred years ago.
I don't think so. I think people's minds might have got messed up a couple of hundred years ago. Or you imagine that your mind, your geometric problems started a couple of hundred years ago. But they didn't. They started the moment you couldn't drop a model and started talking about Euclidean geometric terms and tried to relate those to a model.
So, well, I can. So, could you say that again? Like, you think I'm model afflicted or something that I can't drop a globe or something, or?
Yeah, you've just said that pi is a constant, but then varied it because you bent a radius and a diameter to an arc of the same circle. And now you're saying that a horizontal is a straight or plane, and it is tangent to a straight.
Yeah, so I think the issue is you got to define your terms and you got to
Well,
understand
we do.
exactly what mathematical
You said
space-
tangent and you said circle. The terms have already been defined. Everybody fully understands what a tangent is and what a circle is.
Yeah, because implicitly everyone usually thinks of like Euclidean space.
When
There are
they're
other
talking
cases.
about tangents and circles, it's hardly surprising because that's Euclidean geometry. We just call it geometry. People understand what the straight line is in relationship to the curve because of a constant ratio of pi. That's Euclidean.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And you
there
said
are-
that's constant in reality.
It is constant, yeah, but there are other geometries as well, like where you can have other values of pi. But in planar geometry, which is the most used geometry practically, pi is that constant value, yeah. But there are other geometries, other metric spaces, other stuff, right?
But there is some implication of that because it would be, I would say, not fair to use horizontal line as being a Euclidean straight line and then to compare it to a spherical straight line, because then you are using two straight lines which are different. One straight line being on the surface of the sphere and another different straight line being horizontal. So therefore you are mixing two geometries in one, let's say, model. I would say that this is not fair. Why would you do that?
Well, you kind of got to, because Earth is a sphere, so like you need to use like spherical geometry to work out like distances and stuff like that, or like talk about like the surface of the sphere. But then locally, as I said earlier, like Earth is locally flat, so you use planar geometry locally. And that's pretty much all let's do it.
I would say that this is inconsistent because if you say locally, it means that you are making this surface of the Earth, spherical Earth, locally not spherical. It means that this tangent, horizontal, is parallel to the surface of the spherical Earth, which is not spherical locally. For me, it doesn't make any sense, but
Totally contradictory, right? Totally globe. Full of contradictions. You just have to accept them. Paradoxes. Yeah, have this. We know it doesn't make any sense, but
Yeah, well, I would say, Bev, I would say like explore linear algebra. I would say like, and then it might start making like some sense. Like it'll.
I don't. Are you telling me if I go in and look into linear algebra, I might end up accepting contradictions within a mathematical system?
Well, you would see that what you think are contradictions are actually not contradictions.
Right. Well, there definitely are contradictions within my logical system. And you won't see me accepting contradictions because you have. But I thank you for coming in and talking. It's been been
Yeah, it was
good.
a
It
good
shows
time.
that we can actually converse with each other, right? Without getting heated. Like you didn't turn into Nathan Oakley, and I didn't turn into Nathan Oakley either. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way that the dialogue should happen between the two sides.
Well, I wouldn't say there's two sides here, because I'm not on a side. I'm just talking about what is understood in reality about vertical and horizontal and straight lines and circles. The relationship of pi perfectly describes the ratio or the relationship between the straight line and the curve. There's no better description of that, because that's what pi is, right? It's the relationship of the circumference over the diameter. So you measure the diameter, and that fits 3.14 something something something, right, times around the circumference. And as the circle gets bigger, the circumference gets bigger in the same ratio as the diameter. So the diameter always encompasses the circumference, 3.14 blah 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 blah, right? Always, every time. That's how we know a circle. It always has that relationship between the diameter and the circumference. At no point will I ever get anybody to convince me that at some point that radius or diameter might be able to curve, and then it's the ratio of a curve to a curve. And it starts varying. And you know, actually, you know the ratio that you're talking about there with that 3.14 whatever, we call it the transcendental constant. They can't reach it, right? It's a number that keeps on going forever. Well, that number can only be reached with an infinitely small circle, like one that doesn't actually exist. It's that small. You extend it, it's pi's different on your model, or Blue Marble's model that he'll be making a video about. Infinitely small. He said it himself.
Yeah, I would agree with what he says, but I see where you're coming from as well.
Wow. You would agree with what Blue Marble says?
Yeah.
So So in reality, pi is a constant of a number. And Blue Marble says within spherical geometry, the circle can't be made small enough for you to actually achieve that ratio.
Yeah, it's the limit. Yeah, you have to take a limit, and then you'll get closer and closer to pi as you shrink the radius down further and further.
Mm-hmm. Apollo, you'll have to wait until Blue Marble makes his video. Pi's a constant, but apparently it varies. He's found some curves.
Found some humps.
Yeah.
You see, Earth isn't flat.
We're checking out some stuff on the golden ratio. It's pretty amazing, huh? How it purports to nature.
Yeah.
See those zebra things and the ant, how proportional they are? Quite amazing.
Yeah, it goes through a lot of nature. Does that. I think Apollo's in the chat. I think you've got the wrong group, mate. We did just have Rumpus in here doing that.
We're just talking to Rumpus, and the rect is back on again.
No, he'll never do it.
Don't spoil it. Come on. He seems determined. The third time's a charm, apparently.
Oh.
Mid. When did he say mid spring? And he was on about how he's gonna invite me and Mobius, and the same story. The pre-talk.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to convince everybody that whatever it is, the video he's going to make. He's been working hard on his presentation, his slides.
Well, that slide is, I gotta give him kudos. It's like
I think he's got a university project or something, I think that's his his dissertation. Yeah. I think he's going to do something on flat Earth. Rumpus, I think he's been studying. Or he's going to put a massive list out of all of the things that you have to say if you're a globe earther. He's going to do that again. The axioms of globe.
The globe axioms. Oh, yeah. We have 5 so far.
Spherical pie, yeah. Spherical pie is a shoe-in for that. He's going to have to go with that.
Yeah. By the way, there is a radius supposedly of the Earth.
I know. It's a bit difficult, isn't it?
Yes, because in spherical geometry, you cannot have this radius.
Not as being a straight line, anyway.
It is not existent because you can draw lines only on the surface of the sphere. So you cannot go into the center of the sphere.
Yeah, well, like Blue Marble says, the only time you can achieve that number that guy's just wrote in the chat is of a circle of infinitely small. You can't make a circle small enough to get that ratio. So you can't have that ratio being the circumference of the thing that you think you're on. That doesn't work. That's completely contradictory. You can't have that ratio being the encompassing of the thing that you're talking on, but saying on the surface of it, you can't actually have that. It's an internalized contradiction, isn't it? Sort of like, what would you call it? A self-refuting claim?
Yes, similar with the horizontal.
Yeah.
It's outside of spherical geometry, cannot be used, or you will end with bendizontal. And same with this radius, which is very important in this model. So I would say that spherical geometry is destroying the globe.
It's the
be very
biggest stolen
cautious.
concept ever, right? I can remember starting this thinking, they'll never go with this. I mean, how deluded would you have to be to start shouting and screaming about the biggest self-refuting claim you could ever have? And here we are. It's fantastic, isn't it?
It's interesting also, following from Paper's point about the radius being impossible, because you're only dealing with the surface of a sphere, not the internal parts of it. Is where the radius actually exists in a sphere is in the internal parts of it. Well, by extension, that means you can't have vertical within spherical geometry either. And as we all know, in reality, we do have vertical. Hence, spherical geometry cannot be reality.
Stolen concept after stolen concept. It's like a never-ending list of stolen concepts, self-refuting claims that just sort of destroy themselves the moment they utter them. How people haven't been able to see this must be because people haven't been able to see the logic. People have just been battered all over the place the moment you start thinking like that. Nobody's been able to calm the mind. We've been pushed out. People have left us alone and then become obsessed with us and then left us alone because they're getting obsessed. And because such, we've learned to calm the mind, stop thinking about the model, and just think logically. This is going to be a great year.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good
Okay,
night,
thank
all.
you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
I'm going to be closing this down soon. It's been 4 hours. Been a great night again. The idea of logic coming around to show these beautiful, I call them, stolen concepts, self-refuting claims. Once you start delving into the conversation, it becomes really difficult, and you have to give up any understanding of geometry to place in a model. But that's anti-logos. You can't go against logic. You can't go against the mathematical principles that you're going to be using. Seems very strange that anyone would ever put themselves in that position, but I'm guessing that's what happens when there's no logic there. Don't get time to calm the mind. Yeah, keep joining us, Apollo. We will do, well, I'll try and explain tomorrow, logically, as simply as we can, the self-refuting claim of Blue Marble and his reciprocal zenith angles. Anybody got any final words? I'm going to queue up a bust. Oh, I don't need to queue up a Buster song, do I? It's Model Affliction Monday. I guess everybody knows what's coming. I like that one, SC. Did you make that one, or did you find that one?
I wish I made it.
Did you?
Wish. Yeah, no, I found it.
Oh, wow. So there are other people there that understand the dialetheism and how Aristotle wouldn't have had it. That's
Thought you'd like that one.
brilliant. Yeah, I'm going to get that one in a minute. I'm going to copy that. Make the video, Blue. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you obviously once you've done your video, and I'll do the thing about the reciprocal zeniths, and we'll come over and have a chat. It'll be good. Thanks everybody. I'm gonna go and get SE's dialetheist gif meme. Thank you very much. Join us tomorrow where we go over logic, and we'll probably be trying to ease people into logic. It'll be a nice welcome into logical understanding. Yeah, don't get angry. We're just people discussing things. It's going to be okay. Just conversation. Everything will be fine. You have your model. See you later. Tomorrow.
All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous Buster.